And hi, everybody. I am Mark Allen. I'm one of the hosts of the pre-flight show, Live Airshow TV's pre-air show coverage of Sun and Fun each and every year. We're happy to have you aboard here. Now, of course, COVID-19 canceled the 2020 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. And that is why we are here, because Sun and Fun is a major supporter of the Aerospace Center for Excellence, which is located on the Sun and Fun campus. Now, the mission of ACE, and we're going to be calling it ACE throughout most of the show, is to engage, educate, and accelerate the next generation of aerospace professionals. The Central Florida Aerospace Academy is located on the campus of Sun and Fun, as is the Florida Air Museum and other STEM-related programs. And Sun and Fun contributes almost $500,000 in direct scholarships and other support to STEM-based programming that comes out through ACE. So we'll be talking a lot more about what ACE does and why it's important in just a few minutes. Now, we also, during this program, want to show you the sights and sounds of past Sun and Funs. This will include some of your favorite airshow performances, including the jet teams, including all sorts of other notable airshow performers. And we'll also be talking to some of those performers live right here on this live benefit. Now, I know what you're thinking. There is a major event happening across the state of Florida over on the Space Coast. And that, of course, is the SpaceX Falcon 9 launch that is set to go in 2 hours and 20 minutes and 52, 51, 50 seconds. The countdown is proceeding. We will go to the Kennedy Space Center as this launch approaches, so you don't have to miss it. We will keep you up to date on any developments. At the moment, our latest weather forecast was it's a 50-50 chance of the launch. Weather conditions have to be just right for it, and that's what scrubbed the mission earlier this past week. Now, back to Lakeland, we're here to support ACE, and here is how you can do it. On your screen, you can see a place where you can donate down in the corner of your screen, and every dollar that you donate to this cause will be matched dollar for dollar by an anonymous donor. And if you contribute up at least $50, Sun and Fun has put together this thank you package. It includes the posters from years past, from the 2020 show. It includes a t-shirt with the greatest air show that never happened patch. This makes this shirt a collector's item because we never want to see another t-shirt like this one. But in addition to the t-shirt, in addition to the poster, you'll also receive the book about the early history all the way up through the early 2000s of Sun and Fun called Unfreeze Your Bird. And you also saw on the flanks of those books a 2021 Sun and Fun patch. Now, here's the deal. You attend Sun and Fun next year, and we all know you're going to do it. You wear the t-shirt and you have that 2021 patch on, and the prize patrol will be wandering about. And if they see you, you could be upgraded to any one of these really cool prizes, up to and including airplane rides. So this is sensational. We're glad you've joined us. We're going to entertain you for the next 4 hours because we've got a lot to show you, a lot of reasons to want to celebrate Sun and Fun of the past, but to support the Aerospace Center for Excellence. We promise you flying. Let's get right to it. Everybody loves the jet teams, and everybody loves afterburners. And that's why we wanted to show you right off the top the F-16 Viper demo from 2019, the pilot John Waters, call sign Rain.
Hey, Sun and Fun, it's Toro with the Viper demo team. Disappointed we couldn't make it down there this year. We always enjoy the show and the energy that you guys bring to the air show. Looking forward to next year and the next time we did come down and perform for you. In the meantime, here's some video from our previous experiences. We'll see you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the Viper Demonstration Superintendent and one of your narrators, Master Sergeant Chris Schneider from Alexandria, Minnesota. Here with me at Show Center is my co-narrator, Tech Sergeant Ryan Hutchinson from Concord, California, as well as our safety observer and combat-proven fighter pilot, Major Garrett Schmitz, call sign Toro from Price, Utah. It is my distinct pleasure to describe to you today a combat capability demonstration by the world's premier multi-role fighter, the F-16 Fighting Falcon, affectionately known as the Viper. now setting up for his first aerobatic maneuver, the Cuban 8. Watch as Major Waters traces a vertical figure 8 over the demonstration area. As he returns to Show Center, Major Waters will accelerate rapidly and snap the F-16 through a series of aileron rolls, demonstrating its exceptional roll maneuverability. Dropping in from the left, rain and the triple roll. One more time from your right, watch as Rain unleashes the sound of freedom. He will flirt with the sound barriers across the Show Center at 950 feet per second. Let's check in with him to see how fast he gets going.
On top, 5.2, 200.
Good numbers, continue.
All right, Sun and Fun, here comes some speed. There's 300 knots. 350. 420. 530. 620.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's equivalent to 3 football fields per second. As he approaches Show.
And that is the sound of freedom. How about that? And Rob Ryder, Sun and Fun's air show, one of Sun and Fun's air show announcers, always has a front row seat for that. Rob, welcome to the live benefit. And we saw right off the top there, Toro welcoming us, but talk about the new paint scheme that we're going to see.
Well, we actually got a small glimpse of it right there at the beginning, Mark. But what it is, it's something that they have never done on a U.S. Air Force fighter jet, and that's painted up like a snake. And I'm told by Garrett Schmitz, Toro, the current demo pilot, that they didn't come up with the name Venom until about an hour before they released the first pictures to the public. And their first flyover with that incredibly spectacular paint job was at the Coca-Cola 600 just a couple of weeks ago. And you'll notice it's darker on the top, lighter on the bottom, like a real snake. And they were particularly happy with the scales work. But I think it gives a brand new and exciting look to the Viper. And Garrett Schmitz, by the way, he was inspired to join the Air Force and because he went to an air show with his family and saw the F-16 Fighting Falcon going vertical up to 15,000 feet. What a great story. So we're going to see that if they get some more shows in, hopefully before the end of the year, we'll have an opportunity to see that paint job in person. But those were taken, I believe, the first flight that took place just a couple of weeks ago, and the public got a chance to see the Venom. And it's kind of a deal, kind of a fun deal, even though with it being kind of like one of the superhero movies and things like that. But can't paint up an F-35 or an F-22 like that, can they, Mark?
They cannot because of the stealth characteristics, but it is a beauty. Thanks to Josh Krug for those still photographs of the aircraft. I'm sure everybody's going to be excited to see it in the air when the air show season renews. In fact, really gets going for the first time. It's been that kind of year. Now joining our live stream, oh yeah, every time you're going to see Steph Strickland over the next 4 hours, it's going to be a good thing because she's not only monitoring social media, but what else are you going to be doing for us, Steph?
Oh, giving you free things for watching. It is a joy to do so. I am so excited. I've got this huge list in front of me of all the prizes that we get to give away over the next few hours. So stick around for that. You will not be disappointed. I'll tell you quickly, when Toro, actually, Major Schmitz, went ahead and they got the Viper painted the way that they did, we actually went on social to Instagram and worked with influencers and gave them the photos in advance, and then created basically a hack time where everyone would post it all within the 15 minutes of each other to sort of flood the internet with these amazing photos. And that was an absolute treat to work on. I just really quickly want to give a special shout out to the Commemorative Air Force joining us from the UK, watching us, as well as Fernanda watching from Belize. So again, I'm here in the chat. Your way to win is to be a participant in this chat. Thank you for sharing the live feed. We appreciate it. Thank you for your comments. And we will select these winners at random from a list that is so long. I have pages of it, of free things to give away. Really good things too, worth a lot of money. Let's send it back to you. One of the things that we're gonna do as well is give away some day passes. So you'll have a chance to come to Sun and Fun 2021, and we will have lots of opportunities throughout the next several hours for you to win. With that said, I'll wrap it up for now. I'm in the chat. I'm seeing you. I'm looking for you. Let me know if you want some free stuff, guys. Back to you.
Yeah. And you'll see at the bottom of the screen, there are going to be some watch and win contests. We're asking questions at the bottom of the screen. So pay attention to the chat room because a lot of things are going to be going on in addition to you making donations, because let's not forget why we're here. This is for the Aerospace Center for Excellence. And we're trying to help fund because of a shortfall because there was no air show this year at Sun and Fun. That's just the way it was. We're going to go to the positive things. And the air show performers are always a big part of Sun and Fun. And let's go back to you, Rob.
Mark, and back in 2003, the 100th anniversary of powered flight, the readers of Aviation Week and Space Technology were polled as to whom they thought the 100 most influential people in the first 100 years of powered flight were. And this lady came up as number 67 on that list. Let's look and watch Patty Wagstaff.
Here is Miss Patty Wagstaff, ladies and gentlemen. One of the aviation's most popular and accomplished pilots is Miss Patty Wagstaff. Patty, on the airshow circuit today, 3-time U.S. National Aerobatic Champion, a 6-time member of the U.S. Aerobatic team competing in Olympic-level international competition, and she is the 6-time winner of the Betty Skelton First Lady of Aerobatics Award. Hanging it right up on the prop, and you're looking right at Patty in the cockpit. Patty has won many awards. She has received both the National Air and Space Museum for Current Achievement and the U.S. National Air and Space Museum and Air Force Lifetime Achievement Award. Her original airplane, the prototype, the Extra 260 that she flew to become the first woman to win the U.S. Nationals, is now on display at the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C. Like I said today, she's flying the Extra 300 LP, built in Germany by Walter Extra. He started building extra airplanes for one purpose and one purpose only, and that was for international aerobatic competition. Look at Patty's rolling 360. Incredible. Turning to the right, rolling to the left. Patty proud to be an ambassador for the AOPA Aircraft Owner and Pilots Association, the world's largest aviation association. For 75 years, Patty's protected the freedom to fly thousands of pilots, aircraft owners, and aviation enthusiasts. Please support this great organization. Patty owns and runs the Patty Wagstaff Aviation Safety in St. Augustine, Florida, providing aerobatic and airmanship to all level of pilots. Also, they've partnered with Simcom to provide specialized upset training to corporate and pilot owners. Headquartered in St. Augustine, their expert instructors feel that they have become more skilled and confident by going there. It's simply the right thing to do. First half of Patty's act consists of a lot of tumbles, shoulder rolls, snap rolls, avalanche, hammerheads, and rolling loops, as you see Patty flying now. She'll take about a 30-second break after the first act of her show and get set up for a ribbon cut. You see set up out on the runway, 20 foot high above the runway. Now that ribbon is stretched from those two poles. Up over the top. Boy, some great shots from right inside the airplane. Love looking at this. There, watch her as she looks to the side. Using the tips of the wings and the nose of the airplane to tell exactly where she is. Watch her look. Hard pull. Tilts her head back to find out where show center is, like right there. I've got it, and on the way down. Now watch Patty as she approaches that ribbon. But she's just taking a look. Knife edge pass. Knife to knife there by Patty Wagstaff in the 300 LP. See if she's ready now, ladies and gentlemen. Getting right down in the dirt. Oh, bet this will be it. Smoke is on. She's inverted. Let's see if she can hit that 20-foot high ribbon out there. Bingo! Snapped it right in half. There is the incomparable Patty Wagstaff, ladies and gentlemen. What a lady. Lives just up the street from me. My wife and I, good friends with Patty, go up frequently and have dinner with her. Flown with her on several occasions. Taught me a few things. Look at her looking back over the top of the canopy down there, finding show center once again. That's the way it is done. Knife edge.
And what a treat it is now to be able to say hello to my friend Patty Wagstaff. Patty, what a great demo. And you do things in that demo. Let me just ask you about that snap rolling 270 that you do. How do you not lose altitude when you're doing snap rolls and trying to turn like that?
You know, it takes a lot of practice. It's actually one of those things I have to practice a lot. And so I set my, I look at my altimeter and it can bounce about, as you can see, I do that maneuver pretty high. And I let the altimeter go bounce about 200 feet in there. And it's kind of moving up and down like that. If it gets less than 200 feet below what I think it should be, then I knock it off. And I just keep looking ahead to where I'm going. That's the big thing in aerobatics. And Larry was talking about it during the routine, is always looking for your cues and your where you're going, and the plane will follow, because that's what we tell students all the time.
Yeah, you kind of become one with the airplane. But now, as you can see, I'm wearing my Sporties thing here right now. And it is really cool, Patty, that you have been able to team up with the folks at Sporties to do something that nobody else has ever done in aerobatics.
I'm so excited about it. We just came out with our introduction to aerobatics video a couple months ago, and it's been really well received. And it's an overview of every aspect of aerobatics, from competition to stunt flying to air shows, military, what the maneuvers are, a little bit about how to do them, but mostly an introduction and an overview, and lots of good footage, history. And we're now working on the first instructional video, which is the fundamentals, loops, rolls, and spins. And a little bit about how to put those maneuvers together, and for airplanes with inverted systems like a super decathlon, and also for planes like an RV without an inverted system. So I was this morning I was doing some more filming in the RV. And I know you're familiar with RVs, Rob.
Yes, I'm in love with my RV. I have not yet had it upside down. Jill's not too thrilled about me going upside down in it. But the fact of the matter is, what you teach, whether it be for aerobatics or whether it be for any other kind of stuff, that what you learn at your place down at Southeast Aero at the Patty Wagstaff School can make anybody a better pilot with what you teach.
We hope so. We really, my ultimate goal is to help people enjoy flying more and really get more enjoyment out of it. Then they'll fly more, and then everybody's happy. But I think it gives people a lot of confidence to know what the envelope of the airplane is, and know what they can recover from. And of course, we think everybody should have that kind of training, and basic aerobatic training when they first start, like they used to do in World War II, actually. But I don't want to start preaching here. You know how us aerobatic pilots are.
But the fact of the matter is, the stick and rudder skills that are gained not only from learning aerobatics, but even getting a tailwheel endorsement, which I have threatened to do with you for several seasons and have not yet done, and I apologize for that. But the tailwheel endorsement also gives you a better feel of becoming one with your airplane.
Yes, and it shows you how to use the rudder. A lot of pilots don't really use their rudder, so we're big on rudder. We wear T-shirts that say "right rudder."
Counteracting P factor, right?
Exactly. And you better come down and fly with us, because it's going to be fun. The restaurants are starting to open up, and we can do takeout. We can do a lot of flying, and we're looking forward to it.
I certainly have a whole lot more time than I expected to have this summer, that's for sure. And we all are. And I know, Patty, that you're missing air shows because they are an opportunity for you to share with the public your passion for and your love for flight.
That's really what it's all about. And that's what being at Sun and Fun is all about, is connecting with people, showing them how fantastic aviation is. I mean, not everybody has to be an air show pilot, obviously, but when you can get up close to airplanes at an air show and touch them and sit in them and talk to the pilots and smell the smoke from the smoke, the smoke oil from the air show planes, it's a really, it becomes a really personal and kind of transformative experience for a lot of people. And I know they were talking about Toro, the F-16 demo pilot, how he went to an air show as a kid and saw an F-16 go straight up, and that's how he got started. And I've heard that story from many, many people, and all air show pilots have, if you've been in the business for a few years. So that's why air shows are so important for people, and fly-ins and just everything to do, just to be around airplanes. And and see how amazing the whole it is, you know.
You betcha. That's for sure. Well, thank you, Patty Wagstaff, for your performance, for taking time with us today here at our special Sun and Fun Home Edition show. And blessings to you, and we'll see you down in St. Augustine.
Thank you. Can I say one more little thing?
Sure.
I just want to say that, you know, everything that we do at Sun and Fun is volunteer. The performers don't get paid. You know, they give us a hotel room and a car and some fuel, and that's all we expect when we go to Sun and Fun. And the money that they make there goes to this amazing program, to the Aerobatic Center for Excellence, and helps kids. If you've ever been to the Lakeland Aero Club or to the high school, I have been. I've flown with the kids. I did the ribbon cutting when they officially opened their grass runway, and it's just so inspiring and so important. So anything that people can do to help this year, when we're not going to air shows and we're not, you know, contributing by buying tickets and things like that, please do, because it's so important to keep these programs going.
Excellent. Thank you, Patty Wagstaff. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, Rob.
And
See you in
Mark,
St.
back to
Augustine.
you. Thanks.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Patty, thank you so much for joining us. And joining us now from, in fact, the Aerospace Center for Excellence down in Lakeland, Florida, Larry Strain, welcome aboard. He was the announcer for Patty's performance. What a great transition to you. Good to see you, Larry.
Thank you, Mark, very much. I am so proud to be part of this Aerospace Center for Excellence program for Sun and Fun. It's just tremendous, and I love what these kids do down here. And if you do make it to Sun and Fun, make sure you visit the museum, see what the kids are doing and everything. I'm going to ask Steph to give us a social update here, and then following her, you're going to hear from Greg Gibson, the marketing director and air show director for Sun and Fun. Steph, good morning or afternoon.
Hey, happy to be here. Thank you so much. I want to give a quick shout out to Fernanda, who says to Patty Wagstaff, you are amazing, as well as Raul, who says, you are my hero. So we echo that sentiment for sure. I want to give away 4 day passes right now. And I've talked to the folks at Sun and Fun, and they let me know that Norm Isler from Brockport, New York, congratulations, my friend. You have won the 4 day passes to Sun and Fun 2021. Sun and Fun will be in touch and let you know how to collect those tickets. Guys, I'm seeing you in the chat. Lots of comments coming in, people watching from all over the world. The more you comment, the easier it is for us to find you. Thank you, by the way, to everyone who has shared the feed. We have a lot of giveaways coming up. I have pages of things to give away today. So definitely stay tuned. And some of them are worth a lot of money. So stay tuned for that. We'll send it back to you.
And don't forget to donate. That's why we're here, to support the Aerospace Center for Excellence. And joining us now is the man that was mentioned just a few moments ago, Greg Gibson, the Air Ops Director and also the Marketing Director, and joined with Rob Ryder. So welcome, Greg. Great day to be together again, even though it's not involving flying.
Well, you know, we're flying virtually today, Mark, and it's really great to have everybody here. Patty, that was such a wonderful shout out for us. Thank you very much. Rob, Larry, everybody that's been able to bring this together for us here. We're so excited to be able to bring you the Sun and Fun virtual version of what we know and love at our annual Aerospace Expo. So we hope that the home edition has been exciting for you up to this point. We've had online interviews with Steph Strickland's helped us out long. Live Airshow TV has been producing these with us on our performer profiles for the last month. All of those are available at the snfhome.org you see on the screen there. This is the middle of what we're doing to bring you Sun and Fun for 2020. So we couldn't do the real thing. So we're going to do the virtual thing from now all the way up until the 2021 show. So this is actually a jumping off point that you're watching right now. And we hope we'll be able to get you all engaged and having a good time with what you're seeing and how things are progressing, and we'll keep you posted on the fundraising efforts as well, because that's really what this is all about. Like Patty said, is trying to keep those education programs going.
Hey, Greg, you as a pilot have experienced a lot of different kinds of airplanes, warbirds and all of that. What was it that got you personally on the staff at Sun and Fun? Because I've seen you around our business for many years, long before you joined Lights down there in Lakeland.
Wow, yeah, Rob. So my career really started in aviation. I come from the automotive industry and the racing industry, actually, and began coming to Sun and Fun here in 2003. And as I was telling the story on the other night in our performer profile with Greg Kuntz, whom I actually shared an RV with here my first year at Sun and Fun. Patty mentioned hotel rooms. I think we came up short that year somehow, but I ended up sharing my RV with the great Greg Kuntz, who asked me why I wasn't a pilot. And so a couple of things came about that really I probably should be one. And about 6 months later, because of Greg Kuntz and Sun and Fun, I was a pilot, and then fell in with the Airshow team and Greg Poe, the fantastic late Greg Poe. A lot of folks throughout the years, Bill Stein and has helped me out a lot. Jim Pites, all the great ones. Of course, Greg, my friend there, Greg Kuntz, and through a couple of happy. Be in the right place at the right time, I was actually able to get introduced to lights and came on here in 2013. So it's been quite a long story, but I'll tell you, I'm a product of what Sun and Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence. And as you can see from the little shiny silveries up here, it's not all just for the kids.
Hey, Greg,
I got plenty of that. Larry, let's talk about
COVID-19
here.
tossed us a curveball, but what has been the most heartening thing through all of this experience for you?
Well, leading up to this point, you've got 46 years of history that these wonderful volunteers have helped put together. Actually, they didn't help, they put it together, made it happen. Those of us on the staff have come in, to carry on that legacy. And of course, in the last 6 years, you've seen the Aerospace Center for Excellence come to life. Watching people during this pandemic step up and say, we know your cause is important, we want to help out, and the donations and the participation from the exhibitors, certainly the sponsors that have stepped up and helped us out. You see them on the side of the screen there. Aeroshell, of course, Phillips 66. We have our great friends over at the Lakeland Leonard International Airport who have been nothing but absolutely supportive. Visit Central Florida, all of that outpouring of support and people saying, you guys, what you're doing is important, and we want to help make sure that you're there for year 47 where you're going to be back better than ever.
Okay. Hey, Greg, we'll have you rejoin us a little bit later in the show, but one of the things that we're going to do is, first of all, check back in with Steph, because, as I say, every time you see Stephanie, this is a good thing.
I'm going to unmute myself. I'm quick on the draw with my mouse these days. Hey, I want to give a quick shout out to Barbara, who is watching from Orlando. Lots of folks in the chat. Rhonda, hi, how are you? Thank you guys for being a part of this. And by the way, the F-35 demo team is in the chat. So this is a chance for you to comment and interact with them. So thank you guys for joining your virtual demo, which we will talk about here in a little bit, that you did yesterday. Blew my mind. It was fantastic. But one of the things I want to do is prep you guys. If you are joining us in the chat, we are going to give away a Bose SoundLink Revolve wireless speaker. That is a $200 giveaway. Sun and Fun is looking right now in the chat. The more you comment, the more you engage, the easier it is for them to find you. And the next time I check in with you, hopefully I'll have the name of the person who's going to walk away with that SoundLink Revolve wireless speaker. That's what I got for now. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. Back to you.
Well, we're here because of ACE, the Aerospace Center for Excellence. We've been talking about it, but for those of you who have not been to Sun and Fun, you might not know exactly what some of the programs are that they have and why it's important and why we're doing this live benefit. So let's spend a few moments with ACE.
Flight. The feeling of exhilaration and anticipation when you lift off the ground and break through the clouds. It was that feeling that inspired the Wright brothers, Amelia Earhart, Bessie Coleman, and Neil Armstrong, to shatter boundaries and explore frontiers that others thought were impossible. For over 40 years, we have been sharing that incredible feeling of flight at the annual Sun and Fun International Fly-In and Expo. It is what drove us to grow from a small group of aviation enthusiasts to one of the largest conventions in the world, and paved the way for us to create something that would impact future generations. With that vision in mind, the Aerospace Center for Excellence, or ACE, was formed. ACE resides on the 25 acres of the Sun and Fun Expo campus in Lakeland, Florida. Today, with the support of the Fly-In, year-round events, generous donors, volunteers, and key partnerships, ACE is reaching over 20,000 students, funding $2 million in STEM education programs, including $430,000 in aerospace scholarships annually. ACE was the first to create a high school flying club with its own grass airstrip, the first to have a high school unmanned aircraft system club operate on airport property, the first to have a fully functioning Boeing 727 classroom. We are the world's leader in producing teenage pilots, and we have launched an airframe and power plant certification program. ACE is home to the Central Florida Aerospace Academy, a public STEM high school, and aerospace discovery at the Florida Air Museum, the official aviation museum of the state of Florida. Through ACE, we have accomplished extraordinary firsts and are preparing today's youth to meet tomorrow's aerospace challenges. Our world needs more Orbals, Wilburs, Amelias, Bessies, and Neils, ready to explore and inspire us to be more than we ever thought possible. Join us in giving the gift of flight and creating the next generation of aerospace professionals. The Aerospace Center for Excellence, where the sky is just the beginning.
And for Race, that just scratches the surface. Well, if you want to talk all things military aircraft at Sun and Fun, Dave Keim is your man. He's one of the Sun and Fun Air Show announcers, and he joins us now. And Dave, welcome aboard. Let's talk military aircraft.
We're going to do that. We got a lot of them to talk about today, not the least of which is the first one we're going to get to here that was at Sun and Fun last year. And these guys are from a nearby base, the folks down at Eglin, I believe, is where they're from. And they're going to show you a helicopter that's absolutely unique in the world of helicopters. It's something that you don't get to see every day. And we'll talk a little bit more about that after we run the piece. So if you're ready to go, let's run that, and we'll talk about it in a bit. This is the MH-47 heavy attack helicopter, commonly called the Chinook.
This machine here, it's one of the most powerful aircraft that's in the military's inventory. It provides a lot of support for our troops overseas. It provides many platforms for commanders around the world to conduct various sorts of missions in support of many operations that we see ourselves.
I see a lot of appurtenances on this aircraft that I haven't seen on a lot of Chinooks. Can you tell us a little bit about this particular aircraft?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a MH-47 Golf. It's a multi-mission helicopter that's used for special operations. You have various things on this helicopter that you might not see on a regular Chinook.
Such as?
Well, for instance, we have the M134 miniguns on both sides for both the forward crew members to use, and on the back side we have the M240 machine guns for the ramp gunners to use as well. We have extended range fuel systems, and we have a camera on board. In addition to ramp, we have other means of getting troops in and out, including fast roping, and of course you can use this as an aerial platform to deliver paratroops as well.
Very good. The camera you're referring to is a FLIR, I assume, right? Forward-looking infrared?
Yeah, forward-looking infrared, similar to what an Apache has.
Thank you again, Frank, very much. Now, how about that, folks? That's something you don't see every day. And I'm going to tell you, the relationship between the military and Sun and Fun is a very important relationship. You get to see some of the latest up-to-date hardware, from the F-35s to the helicopters like you've just seen, to the transports, to the tankers, everything you want to see. And I'll point out some other things about that helicopter. One thing you can do at Sun and Fun is come up close and personal. Talk to the guys that fly that helicopter, touch that helicopter. And let me tell you, that's a special piece of equipment. It's one of the Black Ops helicopters. Where else can you not only see one, but touch one? Talk to the guys that fly it. Don't expect them to answer a lot of your questions, because I asked the pilot who was in that interview, "What's your name?" "Bob." "Oh, what's your rank?" "Bob." "What's your last name?" "Bob." Was not his name. So these guys are all in it all the time, and they do some of the most dangerous covert missions that our country requires. They are truly our heroes, and we're very proud of the relationship Sun and Fun has with all of these folks. And again, this is a place where you can come, touch, talk, and be right up front with some of the latest, greatest things the military has to offer. Now, are we going to go
And we're going
to
to
Steph
show a
now
few
for a
more of
giveaway?
these, Dave, a little bit later as we're marching our way toward the shuttle launch. That shows you how far back I go. 2011 was the last shuttle launch. But we're making sure that you know that the countdown continues over at the Kennedy Space Center for the SpaceX 9 Falcon 9 launch. And we'll go to that as we get closer to it. The countdown is continuing. And as we continue here in Lakeland, Florida, we are pleased to welcome into our live benefit the CEO of Sun and Fun, John Lights Leanhouse. And John, welcome aboard.
Yippee-ki-yay, cowboy. I'm sitting up here in lovely Georgia. Flew up here this morning. It's absolutely gorgeous, and we're having a wonderful day with the chairman of our board, Mr. Rick Garcia, as we're enjoying the excitement of Georgia right now.
Well, tell us about, as we move forward now, the past is behind us. What are we doing looking ahead toward Sun and Fun 2021?
So we're building our excitement based on the unfortunate occurrence of this year's cancellation. What we're doing is we're re-energizing the staff, the volunteers, the board, all of our supporters to keep the momentum rolling as we race towards April of 2021 by doing things such as this. But we've also taken a hard look at our finances. As you well know, the entire country has suffered a huge economic blow. So we are not as impacted as some companies are going bankrupt, but we had reserves. We were able to weather that storm, and we are now shoring up our finances to reduce all overhead and make the most with everything we've got as we prepare for 21. So we'll be reutilizing a lot of the things we bought for 21. A lot of our exhibitors and vendors have rolled over their monies for 20 into 21, which has helped immensely. They're true partners. I mean, it's showing that the industry comes together. We're a real family, and quite candidly, the warmth and generosity of all those folks in our world of aviation have made a huge difference by coming together to help us. And I'm sure they're doing the same thing with our brothers at the Experimental Aircraft Association at Oshkosh for AirVenture. And we're going to get through this, but it's not without pain. We won't be able to do any capital improvements. We're not going to be having any grand parties, but we are going to survive, and we'll be well, literally in 2022. It'll take us 2 good fly-ins to recover from this devastating financial shortfall.
Lights, how gratifying is it to be able to support the Aerospace Center for Excellence?
Well, you know, the reality of that is we made a commitment when this happened that no matter what we cut, the one thing we wouldn't cut was our educational programs. So our entire educational staff is still actively engaged doing learning remotely, virtually. They're putting plans together for this fall. We hope they'll be able to start bringing people back on campus. But our scholarships program, they continue, and they're just as robust as before. We're handing out scholarships to learn to fly, learn to fix, go to college. We've got a ceremony set up that we'll be doing a small one in our museum here in about 2 weeks, where we're going to hand out our Top Gun Award for the #1 student at our Central Florida Aerospace Academy. We'll be handing out about 5 more $5,000 scholarships to go to college. I just signed off on another 3 more young ladies, actually, who are getting the second half of their James C. Ray Learn to Fly scholarship for $7,000 apiece for them so they can finish their program. So the fact that even though we took a financial blow, we have carved out enough money to ensure that the students that richly deserve these opportunities are going to continue forward. They will not stop. And that's the part that I'm so proud of, that our Aerospace Center for Excellence continues to do what its mission is, which is to engage, educate, and accelerate that next generation of aerospace professionals. And it's the most wonderful thing in the world to see the smile on that young man or young woman's face when you say, approved. Now get back into the cockpit and go past your solo, and let's get that private pilot in your back pocket and move on. Matter of fact, I had a great conversation with a lady we just pinned wings on, who's going to be the top 3 of the school, the entire Kathleen / Central Florida Aerospace Academy program. She's number 3 in academics. We put wings on her, and she said she was disappointed in herself that she's not going to be the valedictorian. And I said, well, let me tell you something there, young lady. Her name is Barber. Last name is Barber, and her first name is Bailey. Bailey Barber. I said, you know, Bailey, in a couple of years from now in college, or when you get out of college, and you tell somebody that you were the valedictorian of your high school, they're going to say, well, that's mildly interesting, and congratulations on that. But when you tell them that you flew yourself to Chicago from Lakeland in your own airplane, they're going to be over the moon in respect and admiration for what you've done. That's an accomplishment that will open doors for you for years to come. So don't forget the value of being in this business of aviation, that we are a kindred family all across the world. And wherever we go, we have friends. And I'm respected for the fact that we fly airplanes by ourselves.
Hey, Elias, how often do past students get back to the Sun and Fun campus and have a chance to catch up with you?
Well, we actually bring them back about once a year for sure. It's sort of an alumni gathering. It's called the Solo to Success Ceremony, where all the most recent students in the last 12 months will have a brick with their name on it, the aircraft they flew, and the day they soloed an airplane. And those young men and women are brought back for this homecoming, and we do this giant celebration and a luncheon, and they would then connect with those who are going behind them, because it's sort of we expect them to mentor those folks. And then at the end, they build bonds, they network, and they stay in touch with one another. And then we actually keep a Rolodex of all of them, and we track them in their successes as they move through into life. And we've had so many students that move on that became aircraft and airframe power plant mechanics, on their way to becoming aerospace engineers. We've got several that are already airline captains and moving up the ranks there. So we watch them succeed throughout their following years, and then share with them and the new following fledgling pilots the opportunities that are available to them if they just apply themselves. Because one of the things that we pride ourselves on is that not only are we building aerospace professionals, but at the end, we're actually building really good citizens. They understand the accountability and responsibility associated with flying, and they apply that to all walks of life. And when they do that, then we see them become successful in any endeavor. Doesn't matter what it is. This last girl, this Bailey Barber, she's going to go off and she wants to be a veterinarian, and I'm sure she will. But she loves flying, and that's a part of her life now. But it gave her the personal skills and characteristics to apply herself at 110% to anything she chooses to do, and then succeed at it.
Hey, Elias, thanks for making time for us. We so look forward to seeing you next year at Sun and Fun. Take care.
Well, we look forward to seeing you guys. Don't forget, we're always here year-round. Bring it on down. Let's fly together.
Sounds great. Let's check back in with Steph Strickland.
All right, I am ready to give things away, and this giveaway is so huge. I just mentioned that on the chat, and immediately everybody liked it because they know that really cool things are coming. First of all, a quick congratulations to Lewis Cantor from Charlotte, North Carolina, for winning our Bose SoundLink Revolve wireless speaker. We are also now going to give away our next speaker. That is a Bose SoundTouch 10 wireless music system. So that is now up for grabs. All you have to do is comment and be engaged in the chat. And the folks at Sun and Fun are looking to give those things away, but wait until you hear what is coming up. The big giveaway that we are now going to give to someone in the chat, 4 days at Sun and Fun 2021 for 4 people. That includes a hotel, a car, 927 club admission, VIP parking, Ace Ambassadors flight deck membership, and I'll take you up to have a chance to get the best seat in the house on the announcer stand. So this is an ultimate prize package that we are giving away. Thank you for everyone who is engaging in the chat. We will choose someone. The folks at Sun and Fun will select someone at random, but they can't see you unless you're out there chatting. So let's send it back to you for now and see who's going to win this one.
And let's remind everybody too that if you make a donation of a minimum of $50, that there is a thank you package that Sun and Fun has put together for you. It includes the posters from 2020 and some decals, as well as the Sun and Fun 2020 t-shirt, but then the emblazoned on the left sleeve of that t-shirt is the greatest air show that never happened. So this one will become a collector's item, whether it's a men's t-shirt or if you're a lady and you like the ladies t-shirt, we'll make that happen as well. Also included in that is the book of the early years of Sun and Fun called Unfreeze Your Bird. And in addition to the book, a fascinating read, I just finished it last night, there are the decals for 2021 Sun and Fun. And this is important, folks, because if you wear the t-shirt and have this patch on your sleeve, there is a prize patrol. And if they see you, they will upgrade you with a whole bunch of possible wonderful upgrades, such as preferred seating, the 927 Club, and other things that you see there, all the way up to and including airplane rides. So be as generous as you can. Minimum donation of $50 for that package that we just showed you. And a reminder that all donations are being matched dollar for dollar by an anonymous donor. And let's check back in with Rob Ryder.
Thank you very much. I want you to take a look now at the newest airplane that has come onto the inventory. It's been around now for quite a long time in development, but over 1,000 pilots are now flying the F-35 Lightning II in 9 partner nations. Let's take a look at this as we see the demonstration from the F-35 Lightning II. The F-35A for the Air Force is the lightest of the 3 models. The B model is one that the Marine Corps is using, and it's going to eventually replace all the AV-8B Harriers that have been in service with the Marine Corps since the late 1970s. That airplane came out of a British design that dates back to 1960. But at any rate, they will have a model of, they already do have a model of the F-35B that has a vertical lift fan in it and a ducting system to allow it to do short and vertical takeoff and landing, just like the AV-8B Harrier has done for the Marine Corps for so many years. The Navy version has a little bit bigger wing. It's heavier than the others. It's beefed up, if you will, for carrier operations. But there are also another a whole group of these airplanes that are being built for 9 different partner nations, including Japan and the UK and Israel and others. And those airplanes share something that oftentimes airplanes that are built for export for other countries are maybe dumbed down a little bit with lesser capabilities in terms of their weapon systems and radars and data transfer capabilities, but not so with the F-35 Lightning IIs that are not only used by our military, but by our partners as well. They have such incredible data capabilities to transfer data from one to another that they can take 2 F-35s, fly them apart in kind of a line abreast formation, and with passive radar, don't ask me how they do it, but with passive sensors, they can locate targets and almost instantaneously pass that information up to an AWACS where other aircraft can then target those ground targets and destroy them without being seen. the radar cross section, or the radar signature of the F-35B Lightning II and the A and the C models is very, very slight, with the radar absorptive materials on the wings and all over the fuselage and its shape. So it's the survivability of the airplane and the pilot is greatly enhanced. And look at the maneuverability as Bayo goes over the top with a special loop that, even without the A model having vectored thrust, can still almost turn it on a dime and give you 9 cents change. A pedal turn right there, going down but hard right rudder. And I believe Bayo's pulling back on that side stick controller just as hard as she can to make it lose altitude quickly, go straight down, yet maintain full control. This is an awesome machine. Straight down to about 2,500 feet, and then yank back on the control stick and turn the square loop, make the square loop complete. It's interesting as we watch this slow speed pass. She pulls back on the power with her left hand, slowly raises the nose, lowers the power, raises the nose, and then brings some power back in. And we're looking at an airplane which is pitched up with the nose up about 25 or 26 degrees angle of attack there. I am told that we only see a portion of the capabilities of this airplane, and my guess is that if they wanted to bring it 35 or 40 degrees nose up with the computer controls that make this airplane and help it fly, they could get really very, very high angle of attack. The angle of attack, or alpha as they call it, is the number of degrees the nose is pitched up above the horizon, or the relative wind, more specifically. But it's a stealthy machine, and the projected production for this airplane is expected to be over 4,500, over 280,000 flight hours so far, 24 bases worldwide. As I mentioned, over 1,000 pilots have been trained, and over 9,100 maintainers as well. 9 nations, 8 services, and that's the Lockheed Martin F-35 Lightning II.
All right, everyone, I'm super excited about this interview. I am joined now by the pilot, Bayo. Hey, where are you joining us from? And thank you for making the time.
Hey, Steph. I'm just at my house on Saturday in Utah.
Well, thank you. I appreciate this. Hey, I've got a question coming in on the chat, actually from Jacob, who is Jacob Jeter. This one's for you. He wants to know about the G-forces on your neck. You know, you've got the helmet and this incredible visor. What is that like when you're out there raging at 7.5 Gs?
Yeah, typically when we're pulling Gs, I mean, our head's pretty stable, and we get trained early on in pilot training on if you're going to be doing defensive BFM or dogfighting, and when you're looking over your shoulder to actually set your head and rest it against the headrest prior to pulling Gs. So hopefully the worst thing you can do is be moving your neck under those G-forces. But the helmet is heavier than some legacy helmets, so having a strong neck and upper back also helps as well to make sure that you don't strain your neck during those.
So Captain Kristen Bayo-Wolf joining us, the F-35 demonstration pilot. Also, I believe we've got Kip, who is your public affairs officer and a fantastic human being. And I only ever call him Kip, so I think he's a captain. I've got to get his rank straight. Captain Sumner also joining us as well. Hey, Kip, I wanted to really quickly ask you about the thing you guys pulled off yesterday. You did such a fantastic job with your live broadcast, which people can check out on your Facebook page. How challenging was that to pull off? By the way, nice virtual background.
Well, yeah, you know, Steph, I'm not a trained aviator like Bayo is, but I'd like to dream sometimes. So thanks to the program for letting me do that. No, thanks for the kind words, Steph. We really appreciate it. It was a lot of work to put into it. Thankfully, we're lucky at Hill that we had an actual Air Force video production unit just down the street from us that was able to help put on yesterday's live show. So it was about a 16-man crew, in addition to our about 13, 14-man demo team, and just took a couple of weeks of planning and a lot of practice. But Bayo and her flight work made it easy.
Well, I think you guys did a fantastic job. Bayo, when I was watching the live stream, because I watched the whole thing, I was riveted. I was taking pictures of the screen with my phone and posting it to Instagram. That's how invested I was.
On Stephanie right there. Hey, Bayo, let me talk about that helmet, if I may, just for a second. Tell me, as you wear that thing, you have visual acuity with that helmet because of the cameras that are fed into it from around the airplane. You can see things that the normal eye can't even begin to see, right?
Yeah, that's right. We've got a couple different features. I mean, the primary one we use it for is a HUD, since we don't have a heads-up display on the actual aircraft. So all that HUD symbology is on our visor, projected onto that. And then we use the helmet, and it's got a night vision camera built into it. So we have that mode that we can put the video onto the visor. And then we also have those 6 cameras that you alluded to on the outside of the aircraft. And those, both the night vision and the night vision brings an ambient light, and then the DAS, or the cameras around the outside, are IR. So they're looking at infrared. So even in pitch black, we'll see everything in a shade of green, depending on what kind of IR kind of signal it's given back.
And you can look straight down toward the floor of the cockpit there, but you see right through it virtually, correct? Augmented reality for you.
Yeah, if you have those DAS cameras and the video brought up onto your visor, then you can look down, and the bottom camera will give you that feed, kind of what is directly below you, and it'll, superimpose that image so you don't see your body and you don't see the bottom of the aircraft when you're looking down.
Well, it's a spectacular demo, Bayo, and thanks for being here with us. And Kip, you too. I hope Stephanie gets her signal back, but the F-35 Lightning II, we will be seeing it. Maybe not this season, depending on what happens, but certainly next season we'll be excited to have you back as the F-35 Lightning II demo pilot from the United States Air Force and Hill Air Force Base. Thanks, Bayo.
I'm back, you guys. I'm so stealthy, you didn't even know I was there. That's how we roll when you're doing interviews with the F-35 crew. Full stealth mode. Let's hope my signal holds up. Bayo, I have a question coming in on the chat. Susan wants to know where you went to school.
Yeah, I went to school at the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa. Roll Tide.
People are going to love that right now. So as I'm sitting here looking through the various questions coming in on the chat, people really want to know what your favorite aspect is of flying the F-35, particularly because you've also flown the F-22. So tell me, compare and contrast the two aircraft.
Yeah, so we've talked about this tons. Is they're all 5th gen, or they're both 5th gen. So built for stealth. F-22 was built to be an air-to-air dominance fighter, and the F-35 was built to be more of a multi-role, but extremely compatible with each other, and hopefully out there on night one together. But F-22 carries more air-to-air missiles, but it could also carry bombs. And then the F-35 carries slightly fewer air-to-air missiles, but primarily a wider variety of bombs. So that's probably my favorite part, is just going out there, and we have so many different mission sets that we do in training. And so you'll go out there dogfighting one day, and then you'll go to a low-level surface attack the next day, trying to drop simulated bombs on moving trucks on the highway, and that sort of stuff is fun because we always get to mix it up a little bit in training.
And before I let you go, I do want to get in a question right now from Fernanda, who, by the way, is watching from Belize. How old were you when you got interested in aviation?
Always been around it, as my dad was an Air Force pilot as well. So moving around Air Force bases, always seeing him at work. So I've been exposed to it, and then a couple Cessna flights here and there when I was a kid, and then really started to explore it about halfway through college when I decided the Air Force was the way, the career path that I wanted to pursue, and then kind of took some exposure flights from there in both a DA-20 and a Cessna in Civil Air Patrol to try to figure out what I wanted. But honestly, mostly later in life is when I started to look at aviation.
Well, everyone on the chat, by the way, is loving this. Thank you for making the time for us today. To you and Kip and the entire 20 person crew that it took to pull off what you guys did yesterday. I will let you guys know in the chat, because you're watching this. The F-35 Lightning demo team is commenting and engaging right now, and you can go to their page and see the full demo live. Thank you, Bayo, as always, for being a part of this. I appreciate you, and I hope, thank you for your service, and I hope that I get a chance to see you fly in real life, up close and personal, so I can fangirl out all over the place. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Steph.
All right, guys, we are now going to send it back to Mark. Mark, how you doing, my friends?
Fine. I was just kind of watching you two have a whole lot of fun. You could have pretty much carried the rest of the show, and I'd have been happy to sit there and listen to the two of you chat.
Thank you.
You know, one of the things that we really enjoy going down to Sun and Fun is getting a chance to look at how aviation and the ACE program affects young people. And one of the ways it affects them is through the Lakeland Aero Club, which is a student-run program down there. Yes, they have senior instructors, but it's a flying club that is so cool that we put together a feature for you on it.
The mission of the Lakeland Aero Club is making tomorrow's greatest aviators today. Well, this is a club where most of our students come from the Central Florida Aerospace Academy, which does have an FAA-approved airframe and power plant course. It started out, the club really didn't have a direction until we had the plane, and we only had a couple of members, and they started working on the plane, and we started with the tail feathers, something simple, and they'd tell their friends, and it went from 3 to 6 to 12. And that cub right there is 3 years after school and weekends of teenagers restoring the airplane. They did the research, made it meet its original type design, and on April 2nd of 2015, it got its first U.S. standard airworthiness certificate. We restored it in one of Sun and Fun's hangars, and they have flown it to Oshkosh twice, flown by teenage pilots, and once they flew it in the air show down. There are no kids in cockpits. Mr. Ray, our main benefactor, used to say that soloing an airplane will change you from a boy to a man or a girl to a woman. In that instant, when you lift off the ground and you're in control of your life like in no other way, it would totally changes you. The hands-on working on airplanes is sort of the undiscovered country for a lot of these kids coming in here. They didn't know they liked working on airplanes and working with their hands and building something and seeing results of them actually doing it. And I would say easily a half of our members aren't aspiring to be pilots. They're liking working on airplanes, and so they're getting an opportunity to have some hands-on experience working on flying airplanes. They're not working on some cadaver that's never going to fly again.
Such a great program. What a great relationship between Sun and Fun and the Lakeland Linder International Airport. And we are pleased to be joined by the airport director for KLAL, as its designation is. Gene Conrad, welcome. I'm going to get out of the way, and I'm going to let the air show announcers tag team you with this next portion of our telecast.
Gene, this is Larry Strain. This is quite a mark for the airport. We kind of got news of it last year. Some things were sneaking out, but it finally came out, and what a tremendous boon for this city and the airport.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you all for having me. We've been very fortunate over the last several years with what we've collectively been able to accomplish here. It's obviously not only just the airport, but obviously all of our tenants, obviously especially Sun and Fun, all the educational programs, and what we've been able to collectively build here over my tenure, over the last 10 years has been incredible. Back in 2017, we had the NOAA Hurricane Hunters come on board with us. And, I spoke to you all last year during Sun and Fun 2019, and we talked about the development that was happening up on the north side of the airport. And back in May of last year, we announced that Amazon was coming on board, and they're getting ready to actually finish up their massive cargo facility up on the north side of the airport. So we've seen a lot of development and a lot of change here at the airport over the last 10 years, and especially the last couple of these past 2 years.
How much traffic do you think this will increase here at the airport, Gene?
Well, that's a good question. So, obviously we're very cognizant of, we have 75 businesses and organizations that are located here in the airport, over 1,500 people a day going to work in our facilities. Obviously, we host the second largest fly-in in the nation here, which is Sun and Fun, which is near and dear to our heart. But going through, we just finished up our master plan that we, airports do every 5, 6, 7 years. And, what we represent in the master plan is a big sea change as far as infrastructure on the airport, and taking our crosswind runway and making it parallel to 927. Will be south of our primary runway that exists today. But in that master plan, we were also very purposeful in making sure that we are going to protect the fly-in and all of our interests, whether it's the tenant interests on the south side or it's the fly-in and all the educational aspects, that Son of Fun has. We for the next 20 years are looking to protect that for now and for however long it's going to be there, and hopefully that's forever. But with Amazon coming on board, right now we're looking at about 8 departures per day to start. And so when you look at that over a 24-hour period, 8 departures, 8 arrivals, it's really not a lot. I would also say, when you look at our agreement with Amazon, they've agreed to, during the air show, specifically during the fly-in and during the military jet demonstration teams, to vacate their building for up to 3 hours per day when those teams are here. So they're great partners. They fly airplanes too, and they're very cognizant of, the rich history that obviously the fly-in has here and how important it is to our facility. So, they really paid attention to it and wanted to make sure it was covered in the lease.
I think Greg has a question for you, Gene, if you got just a minute or so more. Greg?
Yep.
Hey, Gene. Hey, man. So yeah, the coordination that we've had between Sun and Fun and the Lakeland International Airport, of course, the city of Lakeland, along with, yeah, I think a lot of people would be really interested to know that, it's such an ongoing dialogue. It's almost every single day that we have some sort of communication, especially during the master planning process. So for other airports, I know that are out there kind of going through some of the same things expansion-wise. We want to thank you guys certainly for all of that inclusion and all of that transparency as we've gone through this process with you, and we're really excited about it. Maybe talk a little bit about how the Lakeland Aero Club and runway 826 came about and how that's going to factor into the future.
Sure. Well, just, long story short, so I was, some people know this already, but, I was born in Oshkosh. My dad ran the airport there when I was a kid. And, unfortunately, I'm going to miss AirVenture this year, which I'm not very happy about. So we didn't have Sun and Fun and now AirVenture. So it's been a rough year for myself, amongst, many others. But, my history up there, and when I got here and, with all the educational things that were coming about and with the Lakeland Aero Club and having the hangar built there, and already using the grass strip, during the fly-in, it was like, hey, we need to do this on a year-round basis. It made sense, obviously, with the hangar being built over there for the Lakeland Aero Club, and then working with Mr. Ray and Chuck Ahern, and obviously with Sun and Fun, and with our partners here and contractors that we already had on board doing different projects. I think I want to say we put in another $300,000 into that runway to get it up to the standard that it is today, and provide the safest environment we can. So really, these kids can, go out there in their Piper Cubs and their tail draggers and take off on grass, just like the good old days, the golden age of aviation. And we want to make sure that that happens, for as long as possible. As long as they want to use it, it's going to be there. And that's also protected in our master plan as well. So that grass strip is not going anywhere. And again, it's very important to us and for those kids to have that opportunity to do something special and fly tail draggers off grass. Who doesn't want to do that?
Yeah, good point.
Hey, Gene, this is Mark Allen. We thank you so much for making time to join us today. It's that partnership is going so well, and it's great to see how well the Lakeland Linder International Airport is doing. So thanks for your time so much.
Thank you all very much. Y'all take care.
Yeah, Greg, come on back in here, buddy. You're kind of helping us out here in ways that are both small and large. What's going on?
Well, Mark, we're going through. I'm watching how the live benefits going through here. I'm looking at the feed. I'm looking at the chats that are going on. We have so much support out there. I see a lot of our volunteers. I see a lot of our staff, and I certainly see a lot of our fans from all over the world. So big shout out, big thank you for that. This is not going to stop here. Like I mentioned earlier, we're going to continue going on with this. Matter of fact, a little bit later on in the broadcast, I'm going to unveil a raffle that we're going to be doing throughout the rest through the summer. And there could be some airplane rides involved. You're going to have to stick around and find out. But get on there. Donations qualify. Registrations for our silent auction, which is still going on, qualify. There's a lot of different ways that you can participate in this already. So if you've already signed up for the silent auction, you're already included in the raffle drawing. And you can continue to sign up there. And of course, donations, those are going to go in through the raffle drawing as well. So more to come.
And just a reminder to everybody as well that the $50 minimum donation gives you the opportunity to get t-shirts, to get the book, to get the patch that you can put on the t-shirt for 2021 that could even provide you some additional upgrades. And every dollar that you give is going to be matched dollar for dollar by an anonymous donor. And there's a look at the 2020 t-shirt. It's a beauty, isn't it? Hi, Larry. Yes. He's behind there somewhere. He's doing a great job of modeling it. You could also turn some tiles for us. I'll take an E. But isn't that a beautiful t-shirt? And then, of course, on the shoulder is the greatest air show that never happened. But this is, again, let's not forget why we are here. This is to support the Aerospace Center for Excellence. And that's what this is all about. Greg, it is so heartening when we see the Lakeland Aero Club, and then we hear Lights talk about how the former students are coming back. What is the most meaningful part of ACE for you?
Day to day, being here in this environment, Mark, I think is probably one of the most gratifying things that I've ever done. I get to walk out and interact and meet. It's one to report, 104 private pilots made through our scholarship program so far, but it's another thing to know them and meet their families and actually go flying with them and interact with them and have that type of experience. It's just, it's indescribable. It's very gratifying, and there's so much more to come. We've got so much more to do. Those donations are very important to us. We want to keep these programs going. 104 is just getting started. We've only had that thing going for about 6 years. So, having more to do yet and not letting this pandemic slow us down is extremely important. So we hope people out there will listen, make sure that they're engaging, and we can certainly share a lot of that with you just through your donations and gifts.
Sounds good, Greg. We'll check back with you a little bit later. And speaking of checking back in, we're going to check back in at the Kennedy Space Center, where the SpaceX Falcon 9 launch is getting ready to happen. The countdown is continuing. So we are inside of, and I'm doing a rough math here, we're inside of 1 hour and 5 minutes, but the countdown is continuing. You're seeing a live feed from the NASA channel. And when we get close to the launch, we will go to NASA and we will observe it along with you. So you don't need to go anywhere. We'll provide you the very same coverage. Now, if you are just joining us in the last little bit, you are watching Sun and Fun's special home edition live benefit to support the Aerospace Center for Excellence, which mission is to engage, educate, and to accelerate the next generation of aviation and aerospace professionals. I'm Mark Allen, your host. We're popping all over the country with Rob Ryder, Larry Strain down at Lakeland at the Aerospace Center for Excellence. Steph Strickland is out on the West Coast. We got Dave Keim in the Midwest. And we've been bouncing all over the place. If you missed the first hour, this will be streamed and you'll be able to watch it later. But stay with us now because we're well into our second hour. And a reminder that all donations are going to the Aerospace Center for Excellence. And there are a number of giveaways that we've already talked about just a couple of minutes ago, and Larry Strain so beautifully modeled for us with the t-shirt. But this is what it's all about, the young people and their future and the scholarships that are available from Sun and Fun that they give to the Aerospace Center for Excellence, which has been in existence since 2014 and has done such a wonderful job of ensuring that we will have all the aviation professionals necessary to continue the industry and to even grow it greater. Now, the United States Air Force Thunderbirds, they're without question one of the premier demonstration teams in the nation and even the world. Let's take a look.
My name's Peyton Holmes. I'm the number 4 assistant dedicated crew chief on the Thunderbirds. I'm actually from Florida. I'm from the Florida Keys, but I have family in Lakeland and the Winter Haven area. So the Sun and Fun is a really cool air show because it's right at home for me. So I'm excited. So I think the number 4 crew has a very near and dear place in my heart. We all get along very well. We all have different stories, and you know, I like to share experiences and bring the best out of each and everyone on the team, on the number 4 team, and on the Thunderbirds as a whole. So I would say study, study, study. If you want to go to college, try and excel in academics. If college isn't your thing, you can also join the military. It's been super beneficial. And just keep your head up and try and do well in everything you do. So I think the military gave me guidance and kind of a goal, and kind of leaded my life in a good direction.
Hi, I'm Major Zane Taylor, Thunderbird number 4 slot pilot. I grew up in Orlando, Florida, and I'd love to be at the Sun and Fun Airshow this year, but we put together some of our favorite maneuvers for you to enjoy. Enjoy the show.
Your 2019 United States Air Force Air Demonstration Squadron. All the way from Nellis Air Force Base and known to all the world as the Thunderbirds!
Lights on top, 73150, back in with the bull. Control more, bull.
A rare opportunity to go inside the cockpit.
Go on, ready now. Come on, that's red, ready now. 400.
Calls for the 4 Diamond pilots to perform simultaneous aileron rolls in close formation.
Ready now. Arrow. Up, right turn.
Now look back to the right and find Thunderbirds 5 and 6 teamed up this time to create a mirror image in their trademark.
Right turn a little more.
Look in front and to your left. You'll see the Thunderbirds once again in trail forward. Watch closely as they perform one of their most difficult maneuvers, the trail to diamond. Roll.
Gone ready now. No. Boat rolling. Ready down the boat.
Surprise! Surf City, that was Number 5 sneaking up on you with the sound of freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, look to your left as Major Kern will demonstrate the exceptional climbing performance of the F-16 as she climbs 15,000 feet straight up. Now watch as Lieutenant Colonel Caldwell repositions the Delta formation for the Delta roll. As you touch the precision required to maneuver 6 F-16s as one formation.
Forward right, turn,
but also the
and
dedication
forward
and
back,
commitment
right,
that makes our team
all
the United States
the
the most capable
way.
and incredible force on the planet.
Gone ready now. little nose up.
2019
ready now.
The inspirational Delta Burst.
Stand by the burst at the blue out. Stand by, blue out, ready now.
From the left, the Thunderbirds dedicate this final pass to all the airmen that have gone before us and have paved the way for a brilliant future. Ladies and gentlemen, as the roar of our F-16 engines fades away, it marks the completion of today's
Back left, the Thunderbird finish rolling.
4,767 and our 43rd before scheduled this year.
Love it. Thanks so much to the Thunderbirds for assembling that video just for us. Well, let's go back to our military man, air show announcer Dave Keim. Dave, what have we got for us this time?
Well, we're going to go back. We were just looking at some of the latest, greatest hardware that the military has to offer. And, there's a legacy of military personnel who come to Sun and Fun every year, again, because they can get up close and personal to these aircraft that they've known in the past, and they can talk to the crews. They can see the warbirds from back in the day. They can see the new stuff that the military has out there. And we're going to look at a very important aircraft today, one that was actually saved from the scrap heap by the hair of its chinny chin chin. It's a C-47 called Hello Brother, which is, of course, a DC-3 in the civilian world. And it was actually the first plane on D-Day to cross the English Channel with paratroopers in it on June 6, 1944, when the Allies decided to win the war and invade France. It's got a very great history, and some great people have restored it. The CAF has restored it. And it was at Sun and Fun last year, and we've got a great interview and a great piece of tape for it, if we could roll that now. I'm here at a C-47, but it's a very historic C-47, brought to us by the Commemorative Air Force. To my left is Mr. Tom Travis, who flies the airplane, and he's going to tell us a little bit more about it. Tom, welcome.
Thank you. This is a very historic airplane. It is the airplane that led the D-Day invasion, #1 ship, dropped the 101st Airborne into Normandy. It also participated in the crossing of the Rhine Operation Varsity, Market Garden, and the relief of Bastogne. And we're going to take it back to Normandy this year.
Tell us a little bit more about how this historic aircraft was saved.
Somebody found it by checking in numbers in a junkyard in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. It was owned by Basler. They were going to convert it into a turboprop DC-3. And through a lot of fundraising efforts and a lot of good people, we were able to save it and had it restored. Awful lot of money into it, and it's just a brand new airplane.
I know there was a fundraising effort involved with people having their names inscribed inside or buying a plaque or however that works. And I know my sweetheart, we went together and bought one for her late father who served in World War II. So her father's name's in that airplane.
That's wonderful. We appreciate it.
Tell us a little bit more about the D-Day event that's coming up this summer.
Well, we're going to cross the channel. We leave Oxford, Connecticut on May 13th. Actually, we meet there. We leave on the 15th, go to Goose Bay, to Greenland, Iceland, Scotland, down to Duxford, and stage out of Duxford, and then they'll fly across the channel on June 6th, drop troopers into the peninsula along the beaches.
So you're really going to drop paratroopers that day?
Indeed we are.
And indeed, they did. That, of course, was last year on the anniversary of the D-Day invasion, and they led again a fleet of C-47, C-54s to reenact and commemorate that initial D-Day invasion. And I will tell you this: I've been corrected a couple of times at air shows since then. That's All Brother was not actually the first aircraft to cross. It was the first in the big flurry on D-Day itself. The night before, There were a group of airplanes called the Pathfinders that took some of our commandos in who parachuted behind the lines to try to set up some things like blowing up bridges and getting things prepared for the troops' assault. But the Pathfinders were there, but that's all brother was the one that led the assault of the all-out D-Day invasion of Normandy. Great plane to have, beautiful piece of living history. How about you, Mark?
You know, a definite goosebump moment last year at Sun and Fun. We'll check back in with Dave a little bit later. Let's go to Stephanie now. And anytime I say, we see Stephanie, good things happen.
I have been chomping at the bit and telling folks on the chat, just stick with me. I've got great giveaways. So first of all, a congratulations to Susan Jameson. You won the Bose SoundTouch 10 wireless music system. That's a $200 value. So congratulations to you, Susan Jameson. We see you in the chat. We appreciate you. And I'm really excited about this one because this gentleman has been so Johnny on the spot in the chat, constantly commenting, constantly giving us feedback. So it is my great pleasure to announce the winner of the 4 days at Sun and Fun 2021 for 4, including a hotel, a car, 927 club admission, VIP parking, Ace Ambassadors flight deck membership, and I'll get to meet you because I'm going to bring you up on the announcer stand, Jacob Jeter, a top fan and someone who has been out there on the chat. I can't wait to see his reaction. Congratulations to you, Jacob. We look forward to being in touch and giving you this prize package. Okay, the next big giveaway, guys, the next time you come back to me, I am going to give someone a flight for 4 people with Team Aeroshell. That is the next giveaway, a flight for 4 with Team Aeroshell. With that, I'll send it back to you.
Let's just keep it there. I'm kidding, Steph. But you can see we've got a lot of people that are stepping up to help support this, and we appreciate every single one of them. One of the pieces of the Aerospace Center for Excellence is the Florida Air Museum. And we had a chance last year to sit down with its director, Ed Young. Let's take a look.
One of our most popular exhibits is the Howard Hughes exhibit, where we actually received most of the surplus items from Hughes Tool and Die. One of the great parts of a collection is that we also have Howard Hughes' 307, which we're sitting in right now. He actually intended to fly around the world with this airplane. In 1967, Hurricane Cleo destroyed the wings and the tail section, and it was sold for scrap. A few years later, a gentleman went into the scrapyard, saw the aircraft, and he purchased it for $67, put it on a boat frame, and then it floated around Florida for the rest of its life until it came to rest here at the Florida Air Museum. So one of the best artifacts that we have in the museum is Howard Hughes' flight suit. You can actually see his figure in it. He was a tall man, but a very slender man. We try to specialize in items that are specific to Florida. One of the best examples is the Baby Laird, which Matty Laird was a legend in terms of the aviation industry. He hired a couple of guys, actually 3 guys, Lloyd Stearman, Walter Beach, and Clyde Cessna when he was at the Swallow Aircraft Company. And then he's legend within the industry because he really did start the whole general aviation sort of utility of aircraft and the ability to produce them. Sort of the Henry Ford of aircraft, if you will. The Florida Air Museum has a number of exhibits that were aircraft that came to Sun and Fun and won awards. It's really neat to see the craftsmanship of aircraft that were put together by folks that were also here to enjoy the Sun and Fun Air Show. The Florida Air Museum started as an outreach part of Sun and Fun, and so we've tried to capture the whole idea of that initial air show, that initial time in Florida where you can come here and you can sort of unthaw your wings and you can enjoy aviation. And Florida has such a great aviation environment and climate that celebrating that is really pretty easy. And so we have a number of aircraft that look specifically at building, home builds, experimental, and the aircraft that are shown here at the Sun and Fun. Well, we have such great volunteers here. We had a retired Rocketdyne engineer who saw rocket parts in salvage yards along the highways across Florida, and he literally went into the salvage yards, found pieces of NASA history, pulled them out of the salvage yards, and now they're on display in here, and some of them are serial number 001 of whatever that type is. So you're talking about the original rockets that helped NASA win the space race. Let me tell you about how the museum fits in with the Aerospace Center of Excellence. It integrates into the educational mission of the Expo campus. We have the Central Florida Aerospace Academy behind me, and we also have Travis College, which teaches A&P school right to our right here. And the museum actually helps us bring students in and see things that were part of history in terms of the innovation and evolution of aviation through the course of time. The museum plays such a critical role in that in terms of summer camps and in terms of bringing kids in and having them envision themselves being a part of aviation. And then over the course of time, they can go to the high school here, they can go to college here, and they can get a true picture of what it's like to be involved in aviation.
This was so cute because Jacob, who has been totally engaged in the chat, missed the giveaway. And he was like, wait, what? Everyone's congratulating him in the chat. And he's like, what just happened? I won? I won? He's so excited. So a big congratulations to him. And I am ready now to hopefully make someone else's day with our next giveaway. I just teased it. I told you we were giving away a flight for 4 people with Team Aeroshell. And that particular prize package winner, a huge congratulations to Jay Mullis from Dublin, Georgia. You have won the flight for 4 with Team Aeroshell. Sun and Fun will be in touch and get you the details on that. I love my job today, guys. I love it. Let's go ahead and toss it out now to Dave Keim with more on Team Aeroshell.
Yeah, thank you, Steph. I'm going to tell you right now, be proud of those tickets, folks, because that's a hard ride to get. I've spent hundreds of hours in a T6, and it's a great ride. But the ride these guys give you is their full aerobatic act. And believe you me, it's something that, again, you're never going to forget. It's a lifetime experience and hard to come by if you're not in the inner circles of some sponsor of Aeroshell. So this is a great gift that they've given to the Sun and Fun. And again, don't forget, get in there, give that $50, get that T-shirt with the shoulder patch. Lots of good stuff to come from that too. But right now, let's go to what we saw Aeroshell do last year at Sun and Fun. Let's roll that. All right, from the right, let's watch the classic loop with Aeroshell. Out of the loop, let's go for a barrel roll. As they leave the barrel roll scene, be sure and get your Canon cameras ready, folks. There's going to be a wonderful photo op coming up here. One of the signature maneuvers of Aeroshell, and one of the more beautiful maneuvers you're going to see all day. In fact, I think the Blue Angels learned this from Aeroshell because they'll do something similar at the end of the show. It's the downward bomb burst. But you got to keep your cameras on them. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous display. And they're going to be doing it next as they come in. These T-6s, of course, were advanced trainers in the U.S. military in World War II, and after that, up to and including uses of T-6G in the Korean conflict, even made it into Vietnam for the Laotian and Vietnamese air forces. Okay, keep your eyes on Aeroshell and keep those cameras going. I'm going to enjoy it with you. Let's watch the downward bomb burst. You can hear Alan Henley, smoke now, brake now. Sorry, that was Mark Henley, Alan's brother. Isn't that great, folks? Give him a great big round of applause. kind of a Freudian slip when I said Alan. Alan actually helped found the team that is now UC flying today, but now his brother Mark leads it. Now let's watch from the right and from the left. Ships 2 and 3 in the opposing loop, closing at about 400 miles an hour. As they recover to the north, we're looking for number 1 and number 4 coming in to do another set of loops, this time with a twist. Should I say with a snap? The Avalanche, a snap roll on top of a loop. Let's go get it, guys. Reconnect. They're going to reform the formation out there and come by for the introduction pass as they ready themselves to turn in. Flying number 1 from Birmingham, Alabama, Mr. Mark Henley. His wingman from Phoenix, Arizona, Mr. Brian Regan. Following them from Tallulah, Louisiana, Mr. Steve Gustafson. On his wing, Jimmy Fordham from Monroe, Louisiana, your Aeroshell aerobatic team, folks. Well, they're on the turnaround. I need to thank some of their sponsors for them, because without these sponsors' help, they wouldn't be able to appear here. They'd like to thank, of course, Aeroshell, Honda Generators, ICOM, Champion Aerospace, Kimmel Aviation Insurance, Bose, Lincoln Welders, Goodyear, Hooker Harness, CJ Aviation, Aspen Avionics, Concord Batteries, Strong Parachutes, ACF 50, Yonkin Aviation Engines, Repco Aircraft Parts, Mid-Continent Instruments, and Fagan Incorporated. We'll get back to a few more of those in a bit. But now another very interesting maneuver from Aeroshell. They're actually coming in a finger 4 formation. If you hold your hand out in front of you, your fingers spread, that's a finger 4. But watch on the right-hand side. Jimmy Fordham, the slot pilot, at the top of a big barrel roll, is going to slip over into the normal slot position. They come out of this in a diamond formation. Look at that. That takes some pilotage, folks. Beautifully done. And now it's time to get those Canon cameras clicking once again. They're going to come by for their salute photo pass to their sponsor and you, the great crowd, here at Sun and Fun 2019. Get the cameras ready. They're going to show you the undersides that say Aeroshell.
All right, there you go, Jay Mullis. You will be flying with them. I think that is outstanding. I just want to let you know, one of the things I like to do when I support Sun and Fun is grab people out of the crowd and give them instant upgrades. And one of the ways that I will find you next year in 2021 is if you purchase one of these shirts. And if I'm wandering the grounds and I happen to see you wearing it, I'll give away cool things on the spot. I'll upgrade you. I'll put you up on the announcer stand with me so you can have the best seat in the house for a little bit. So again, you can find that on the website, which is listed right there on the screen if you want to purchase one of those shirts and help support the mission. We did this last year. I found some gals who were brand new. They'd never been to an air show before. And I want to show you a little clip of that. Check this out.
Yes, and we know that Steph Strickland is out there somewhere working with a big story. Steph, what you got?
This one is actually near and dear and close to my heart as the Grunt Style Airshow Majors correspondent working here in tandem with you guys on live Airshow TV. Found myself beautiful piece of hardware. If you had a chance to follow our interviews earlier, we actually talked to a Viper driver, F-16 safety officer who was here working with the F-16 Viper demo team about what it's like to refuel off this. We've got the F-35 behind us. I mean, as we joked, one of the most expensive pieces of hardware for a news set you could ever hope to have. But I found two people who I would like to introduce you to. Hi, Amber.
Hi.
Hi, Anna.
Hi, how are you?
So what I love about them is I saw them wandering around, and I said, hey, is this your first air show? And you said,
yes, it is.
It's your first air. What do you think? This is overwhelming almost.
It's incredible. I didn't think it was going to be this big, and we'll definitely be back next year to explore more.
Now, does this make you perhaps want to think about flying an airplane yourself someday?
It does. My stepdad actually has his pilot license, and a few coworkers are getting theirs, so this is definitely very interesting to me as well.
Well, guess what? I know it's hot. I mean, I know it's humid, so I've got something for you. Grunt Style Airshow Majors likes to give away upgrades, and I'm going to give each of you a preferred seating upgrade. So when the Blues fly, you will have a seat, you will have water, you'll be right near me. I'll come down and say hi to you, and guess what? If I see you guys over there, I'll bring you up and introduce you to the Blue Angels. How does that sound? There's your ticket. So Grunt Style Airshow Majors, happy to give those tickets to you. The preferred seating is right over there. I'll walk you over as soon as we're done with this. Next year, bring someone else who's new, and let's grow this air show industry. And I love that as a part of this, they are interested in potentially being a pilot themselves. Right on, ladies, high five. Nice. Congratulations. That is what we do with Grunt Style Airshow Majors. Pretty sweet day, pretty sweet job. Back to you.
No kidding. And she's gone behind the scenes of that F-35 as well.
An Air 5 from us.
No kidding.
Hey, Rob, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
And
Go
that
ahead, Larry.
is, you know the old adage in aviation, see and be seen. And there's no better way to do that than have LED lights on your airplane. And I'll bet you your RV has LED lights, doesn't it?
It does indeed. And the folks from Aero LED have really done a great job in upgrading the lighting on the Aeroshell Aerobatic Team T6 airplanes. And it's a win-win situation. Those lights are so bright, they can be so well focused. And in the case of any airplane, when you have a way to get power through something and lighting on something without doing a big drain on the alternator, Larry Strain, that makes a big difference as well, doesn't it?
Well, we got $750 worth of these LED lights from Aero LED to give away. I don't know if Steph is going to do that the next time she comes along, but that's on the prize list, the Aero LED lights.
Pretty cool. But, you know, even though they fly, they're going to go on an airplane, not everything at Sun and Fun flies, does it, Larry?
Ah, let's watch.
Let's take a look.
Some people, what idiot built this thing? And I just raised my hand. A rat rod is basically, it's a kind of a cult thing that's transpired through a few years where people will build hot rods out of whatever stuff they have laying around. I would probably say for aircraft parts in this, at least 75% aircraft parts. The only automotive parts on this is basically the drive line. Everything else was fabricated from scratch. It's basically a therapy car for me because everything I do on 28, you have to be, on aircraft, you have to be very precise. This, I formed most everything on my garage floor with a hammer and 2x4, and it was just fun to do. It's street legal. I actually brought it to the registry of motor vehicles to get it inspected, and they thought it was kind of cool, and they gave me my sticker to put in the back of the vehicle, and it's registered and insured. I actually had an aeronautical engineer come up to me and ask me where the plans were for this, and I said none. It's just funny.
But look at that. That's a $750 value from Gulf Coast Avionics, from Aero LED, that lighting package. That's going to make some airplane owner very, very happy, Larry Strain.
Yes, sir. And like you said, not everything flies, and not
everything has a motor here, does it, Rob?
Indeed, it doesn't. Let's take a look at the video as we see Italian world aerobatic sailplane pilot Luca Bertosio.
28-year-old Luca Bertosio, the Red Bull pilot of the X-Glider Swift S1 and the MDM Fox. Back in 2012, when he was just 22, he became the World Air Games champion and the World Advanced Glider Aerobatic champion. Just 3 years later, in 2015, he won the Vice World Overall Championship. We should have release in just a couple of moments. He'll turn on the smoke on this glider. Let me tell you a little bit about the actual aircraft. It is a Polish-built, carbon fiber composite mid-wing single-seat aerobatic glider. It was first displayed at the World Glider Aerobatic Championships in Venlo, the Netherlands in 1993, and since then it's become a worldwide cornerstone in glider aerobatics. Undoubtedly, it's the most high-performance, multifunctional aerobatic glider in the world. He is now under his own power, gliding through, and let's watch as Luca Bertosio shows you just how agile he can make this aircraft be with a 41-foot, 8-inch wingspan. There were 24 of these particular models of glider built. The Swift S1 that he flies, serial number 24. It has the best and most updated technical solutions and equipment aboard. Even though the wingspan is 41 feet 8 inches, the wing area is only 127 square feet, and that's part of the key to being able to snap roll down as he does with those high performance turns in what would be a very, very challenging aircraft if you had one that was with a 41-foot wingspan. The maximum speed, 170 knots in this performance today. It's capable of plus 10, minus 7.5 Gs, and he'll take it to plus 9 and minus 5.5.
All right. I would like to win this next prize package, but I am not eligible. So it will be my distinct pleasure to give it away to someone right now. By the way, the chat is lit up. People are letting us know that they're out there, which is how we find you to choose you as a winner. So up next in the giveaway list is the Bose Quiet Comfort 35-2 smart headphones. That's a $350 value. So jump in that chat, let us know you're out there, and we look forward to giving that away next. Let's go ahead and send it back to Mark.
And as folks are joining us, we want to remind you of why we're here. This is a live benefit for the Aerospace Center for Excellence, which is located on the Sun and Fun campus. Now, if you're not all that familiar with what ACE is, let's roll a feature so you can get a much better sense of why this is such a worthwhile cause.
Since 1974, Sun and Fun has been shaping the future of aviation. What began as a small group of dedicated aviation enthusiasts has grown into the annual Sun and Fun International Fly-In and Expo, and so much more. Each year, pilots and spectators arrive in Lakeland to participate in the world-class event that is known as Florida's largest annual convention and the largest air show in the South. The impact of the week-long event lasts throughout the year. The Fly-In and Expo is the largest source of support for the Aerospace Center for Excellence, or ACE. ACE is building a foundation for the future of aviation through countless educational programs and activities offered year-round. The goal of each program is to educate, inspire, and motivate. Students in ACE programs receive a huge head start toward becoming the next generation of pilots and aviation personnel.
I soloed my first aircraft when I was 16 and got my pilot's license when I was 17. Here at Sun and Fun, I have learned that aviation is all about community and that individuals help to inspire the next generation. I think it's very important for others to start young as well, just because it opens a whole new world and allows you to see a different perspective.
What I love about aviation is I love the freedom to be able to get in an airplane and fly and see new places and meet new people.
Sun and Fun is much more than just a once-a-year fly-in event. It's also a great educational outreach opportunity. Sun and Fun has a lot of year-round programs that are great for education. Their destination aviation camps in the summer are great to inspire younger people to come into aviation, and then when they sort of follow those kids all the way up through middle school and high school and even into college.
Ever since I can remember as a little kid, I used to look up in the sky and see airplanes flying above, and just fell in love with them. Aviation is not just a career or a job, it's a lifestyle.
Thanks to Sun and Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence and all the other programs offered here at Sun and Fun, I'll have my private pilot's license before I graduate high school. I think it's important for people to support the Aerospace Center for Excellence and Sun and Fun because it really helps provide students, a successful career and a successful future because that support system is there.
My goals after I graduate, hopefully I can go to the Air Force Academy and spend 4 years there and then go into the Air Force as an officer and pilot some sort of fighter jet or drone.
Once I graduate, I'd really like to pursue a career as a professional pilot. I'd like to fly corporately, and corporate aviation is where I see myself being in the future. The airlines are also a possibility if that presents itself for me.
Because of the aerospace program, I'm actually have the opportunity to make my dreams come true. I love aviation, and I want to share that love with everybody else.
Aviation is important to me because no one in my family has ever done this before, and so it's very special to me to do something that my family hasn't done yet.
Aviation is extremely important to future generations simply because we need people in aviation. Our average pilot population is aging. We have less qualified mechanics, less qualified administrators than we've ever had before.
I attended Sun and Fun several years ago, and that's what really helped build, my foundation for, me wanting to be in aviation. Without Sun and Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence, I wouldn't become, what I am in aviation today, and I wouldn't be as interested as I am now.
Had I not attended Central Florida Aerospace Academy, I probably would not be in aviation at this age. I might have experienced it later in life, but there's no telling what my career would have been.
Without Sun and Fun, I wouldn't have had the opportunities to gain experience and network with more senior pilots to me and learn from their experiences.
What's important to me about aviation, it's been a lifelong passion of mine. Ever since I was a little child and went to my first air show, I knew I wanted to fly. It's been a long road getting there, and seeing aviation progress as I progress and grow, it's important to me and to pass that on to future generations as well.
ACE, with the support of Sun and Fun, is able to ensure a brighter future through aviation.
So that gives you a much better feel of just how important this ACE program is. I'm joined by the gruesome threesome of airshow announcers for Sun and Fun. Guys, welcome back. And
the gruesome threesome? Are you kidding me?
Well, okay, how about the terrific trio? Is that better?
There we go.
Okay, there we go. Okay, that's a little more respect. I give you less respect off camera. But one of the things that is really spectacular about Sun and Fun is the technology that's being brought to play. And I'm talking about Mark McGinn of Onboard Images, guys.
Mm-hmm. Without a doubt, Mark McGinn, a winner of the most coveted award given in the airshow industry, the highest award given to an airshow professional, the International Council of Airshow's Sword of Excellence. And Mark McGinn has fundamentally changed how we have viewed our business, right, Larry?
He can hide cameras that places on airplanes I didn't even know existed. But you got to watch this. I mean, it's just incredible. I'm in awe every time Mark shows up and says, "Hey, Larry, watch this."
It's the old saw, guys. The next best thing to being there. And
and it's
those of you who have never experienced aerobatics for yourself.
Special for us, a historical perspective of life from the air.
That was Jean Susie and Teresa Stokes. She had a camera mounted on her arm for part of that.
Wow.
Back in Time with Ian Groom.
Oh, this goes way back. That's
There's Hoover.
Southwest pilot.
I know that was Chuck. I'm sorry, it wasn't
Mike
Hoover. It was Chuck. Yeah. Sean D. Tucker.
Sean Tucker.
Patty.
And that's a 4-shot of the Aeroshell team from a few years back. Mark's been doing this for a long time, and he really was able to perfect in a way that nobody else had been able to do so, the ability to get live signals from these aircraft back down to the ground, as we just saw Steve Oliver there for a little bit. I think there's Julie Clark, who just retired after last season. And that is the Phillips 66 Aerostars, Harvey Meek. The late Greg Poe. Oh, look at that. Now there's
absolutely.
Chuck Aaron, a Red Bull helicopter. Lee Louderback. There's Jackie B.
10,000 hours in a Mustang. Incredible.
How many hours? And that looks like a Wildcat, I'm going to guess.
Well, that looks like it's mounted on the outside of the canopy. I don't know how he does some of this stuff.
I wonder how many cameras he's actually lost over the years.
There's the Fork-tailed Devil, the P-38 Lightning.
There's some of those
Beautiful
Aero
shot of
LEDs
Aeroshell's
with
night
the
show.
Aeroshell team, right?
That's a great shot.
Bob Carlton there in the Subsonics JSX-1 airplane. The late Dan Buchanan.
Yeah.
Here's the showcat. That's Gene Soucy again, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is.
Yes, sir.
And the Ag Cat. Greg Kuntz.
That caught Greg by surprise, didn't it? Again, Lee Louderback. How many hours did you say he's got, Larry?
10,000.
Wow.
Celebrated that last year, I believe.
Excuse us a moment. We're going to enjoy.
There's a
There
team.
he is. We're live to the cockpit right
Look at
now.
that. A first, folks. Live in the cockpit with John Rain Waters.
I got to tell you that Mark McGinn.
Now watch him bank this thing. Oh, no, he just, no, there's an unrestricted climb there.
He's probably over there doing a happy dance right now that it's working. There is Lakeland, Florida from the air. There's Rain giving it just a little bit of a turnaround, and he's going up to.
How about that? Thank you, Mark McGinn and Angela Harris from Onboard Images.
So cool.
It's hard to get 4 announcers speechless, but Mark McGinn can do it. That was extraordinary. And folks, if you enjoyed that, please make that $50 donation to get that thank you package and a chance next year at Sun and Fun to possibly get some really cool upgrades and even an airplane ride. Now, one of the headliner acts at Sun and Fun every other year are the U.S. Navy Blue Angels. Let's take a look at a walk around of one of those F-18 F-18 Hornets.
So what you have back here is a F-18 Charlie. That's a Hornet. And the large difference, as you can see, is it's painted blue. Other than that, it's just going to be a few minor tweaks that keep it from a combat-ready jet. So up here, right in behind the nose cone, we have our radar. That is still installed in the jet, just like you would see out in the fleet. Biggest difference, as most fleet pilots will be able to tell you, behind it, where we normally have our 20mm machine gun, that's been removed, and we've installed smoke tanks. So that's how we produce the white smoke during the air shows. Other than that, moving aft on the actual airplane, everything's as you would see it on a carrier deck. We have our launch bar, our kind of beefed up landing gear to include the nose wheel as well as the main mounts. So standard fleet, big leading edge flaps. These would help the Hornet get slow, especially for some of our slow speed maneuvers like you would see in the high alpha. As the aircraft gets slow, the leading edge flaps come out, the trailing edge flaps come down, and we use our big stab to keep the jet maneuverable as well as stable at slow speeds. Right here on the wing, this is where we would normally carry an AIM-9 Sidewinder, but we obviously have that removed. And then under the wings is where we would normally carry, we would call it attachments or hard points, and then we could put bombs or missiles as appropriate on the wings. And moving back towards the tails, as we talked about earlier, here are big, large stabilators. That's what give the Hornet a lot of nose authority at slow speeds as well as high-speed maneuverability. Kind of a dual-purpose control surface back here that help the Hornet out a lot as it's moving around. And then kind of lastly, moving back towards the tail of the aircraft, you see our variable exhaust nozzles. Those would come off the back of the F404 engines to help produce more thrust or less thrust as appropriate as the engine goes in and out of afterburner. Then we have our standard fleet style tail hook here, again just painted blue, but your normal hook that would help you take an arrested landing aboard the aircraft carrier. And then as we kind of talked about earlier, back towards the nose of the jet, we have the oil tanks that replace the gun, and that just kind of comes out of this little spray nozzle there, and that's what produces the white smoke as it hits the hot exhaust. The inside of the cockpit, relatively identical to as you would see it out there in the fleet or an aircraft carrier at sea. Just some of the more internal components, like the combat systems we normally fly with, would be removed from the jet in our case. But other than that, this is your standard Blue Angel F-18 Hornet.
A treat to see Kerry Rickoff from Atlanta, Georgia. He is now the opposing solo for the Blue Angels. And Mark, you said something earlier on about the Super Hornet, and that's going to be for next year. That's going to be the mount that the Blue Angels are going to be flying from now on.
Oh, and it will be the 75th year of the Blue Angels in 2021, Rob. Can it be that long? I'm going to say that neither one of us were around at the beginning.
No, but Jeff Lee was.
Jeff Lee, the president of Live Airshow TV and part of the production team that's making this, yes. Well, Rob, your mic will be cut off for the rest of the program, so congratulations. It's been fun.
That's working. It's still working. No, but to see the Blue Angels, there is one little quick note about the Blue Angels. Former Blue Angel boss Tom Frosch actually took a Super Hornet, one of the normal off-the-line Super Hornets, and flew the entire demo as the lead pilot would fly it. And they do a maneuver done by no other jet demonstration team in the world today. They call it the Diamond Dirty Loop. And they come in with their gear and flaps down in a diamond formation, go all the way up over top. And the Super Hornet is so powerful, even though it's bigger and heavier than the original Hornet, the additional 10,000 pounds of thrust enables them to come out of burner in that maneuver, which is just a phenomenal demonstration of power. So it's going to be, we're going to have the sound of loud next season, or when the Blues actually graduate to the Super Hornet. It'll be awesome.
Another reason to go to Sun and Fun 2021, Rob.
Yes, for sure.
Well, let's take a look at, speaking of the Super Hornet, let's take a look at a demo of that aircraft.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Lieutenant Matt Eglin, call sign BTM, and on behalf of the United States Navy, we are proud to present the FA-18 Super Hornet flight demonstration. The Boeing-built FA-18 Super Hornet is the Navy's premier frontline tactical aircraft. The aircraft born today is the Foxtrot model, the two-seat variant of the Super Hornet. In today's demonstration, Pilot Lieutenant Chris Walker, call sign Chins from Madison, Wisconsin, and Weapons Systems Officer Lieutenant Mark Garcia, call sign Hilo from Tempe, Arizona, will fly the Super Hornet to the edge of its operating envelope. During the show, the crew will experience nearly 8 times the force of gravity, accelerate to speeds up to 700 miles per hour, and show the maneuvering capability of the aircraft. Many of the maneuvers seen today will demonstrate the aircraft's capabilities being employed by naval aviators both in training and in combat. On takeoff, watch as Chin selects maximum afterburner, rolls the aircraft 360 degrees with the landing gear and flaps down, immediately followed by a half Cuban 8. Chins, Hilo, you're cleared for takeoff. Shins and Hilo are setting up for the flat pirouette, where they will demonstrate the Super Hornet's unique ability to operate at slow speed and high angles of attack. Watch as they execute a maximum performance loop away from the crowd, and even at slow speed, Shins is able to rotate the nose 180 degrees parallel to the ground. Shins and Hilo are now setting up for the minimum radius turn to the tail stand. Shins will select maximum afterburner, set a 90-degree angle of bank, and hold 7.5 Gs for 360 degrees of turn. At the end of the minimum radius turn, watch as Chin sets up a max performance pull into the vertical, followed by a negative 2G pushover to the level flight. Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, the Super Hornet minimum radius turn.
I wish we could listen in to hear what it sounds like inside the cockpit. Hick, hick, hick.
The aircrew are now setting up for the high-speed pass. During this maneuver, they will approach show center at 200 feet in nearly Mach 1.0, or just over 750 miles per hour. You may notice the white vapor coming off the aircraft, indicating that it's close to the speed of sound. Shins and Hilo will be careful not to exceed the speed of sound because the sonic boom could shatter windows in the surrounding area. The ability to ingress at low altitude and high speeds allows the Super Hornet to avoid detection and preserve the element of surprise. Let's see if we can get Hilo on the radar to see how fast they're going.
Hey, Hilo, this is Rob Ryder and Matt Eglin. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I got you, Rob.
All right, you want to call the speeds as you approach from the right?
Paper.
Here we go, listen up.
I love your hat. There's 600 knots. 620 knots.
Yeah, baby.
Transition to the Sky, a program at the Aerospace Center for Excellence that will prepare you and your family for future air travel. Learn what it's like to experience every step, from arrival at the airport to baggage claim, and participate in routine passenger tasks. Parents and caretakers of children or adults with special needs often face difficulties as a result of balancing the needs of their child or adult with the common stressors of an airport. Join us on the Sun and Fun Expo campus in Lakeland, Florida to learn to overcome any obstacles of flying in a fun and supportive way. For more information on this program and more, visit flysnf.org.
And we're starting to get excited because there is something happening just across Florida that I think the whole world is getting ready to watch, and we are too. In just a few minutes, as we go to the Kennedy Space Center, the SpaceX Falcon 9 launch with 2 American astronauts on board is inside of 10 minutes until the launch. All systems are go. The countdown is continuing, and we are joined by phone by Nicole Stock, who is an astronaut on 3 shuttle missions as a mission specialist. She also serves as a flight engineer on 2 International Space Station exhibitions. Nicole, first of all, welcome. And secondly, what are these final moments like when you're sitting on top of a rocket?
Well, thanks. It's really nice to be here with you guys. And I can tell you, for as excited as we are, those 2 guys are more excited.
Wow.
You know,
as you
Nicole,
look back at this,
those-
what's going through their minds at this moment? Because there's so much of this that is an automated mission.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's meant to be automated. Even the space
Mark, I
shuttle
have a
had
question.
prime. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we've got
Yes,
you.
yes, Nicole, we've got you.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right, cool, yeah. Yeah, so much of it is automated, but there's a lot of monitoring going on. There's preparation for what you could do in case you needed to take over manually. And there's, I don't know, there's a diligence and awareness that you don't really find anywhere else.
And Larry, you've got a question.
Yeah, Nicole, I've been dying to ask this. You know, the shuttle, it was more of an airplane type with side stick controllers, but you had dials, switches, annunciators, lights, all of this stuff. And then I'm sitting here looking at these 2 gentlemen sitting up there with nothing but appears to be just a touch screen in front of them. Has it come to that?
It has come to that. And I think you guys will notice, I mean, that same thing is happening in our airplane cockpits, right?
Yes.
Where we supplemented for a little while with our iPads, and then we replaced our whole cockpit with glass screens.
Well, we are going to lay out and we are going to pick up the sound and the visuals from Mission Control at the Kennedy Space Center.
We're pressurizing the Falcon 9 tanks. We're going to open the clamp arm around the 2nd stage and begin to retract the strongback. We'll move back about 2 degrees. That'll get us to the liftoff position. At liftoff, the strongback will then recline about 45 degrees away.
Started. Stage 2, RP1 bleed.
Launch director called out the strongback retract has started. On the left, you'll see it go back just a couple of degrees.
Stage 1, RP1 bleed.
We are just 4 minutes away from liftoff. Again, at this moment, Bob and Doug are really just laser focused on those displays. They have insight directly into Dragon and the Falcon 9. They're able to see where their fuel loading is at, how everything's progressing down with the count.
AFTS final setup started.
Three and a half minutes from launch.
And the strongback is now reclining away from the Falcon 9.
MVAC igniter purges. Pogo bleed. Dragon has transitioned to terminal count and is on internal power. Stage 1, LOX load closed out.
Okay, we're at T-minus 2 minutes, 42 seconds. Stage 1 LOX load is closed out. Stage 2 will continue to load for about another half a minute or so. Once we get the completion of stage 2 LOX loading, we have to vent down the line, so you'll see another large white cloud coming off of the strongback. That'll be normal. That'll happen
Vehicle
around
is transitioning to
T-minus
internal power.
1 minute and 40 seconds. We're going on internal power now.
Just a few seconds away from the stage 2 LOX load being complete. It's been almost 9 years since we've been in this position. A lot of work done by thousands of people to get to this point. All our eyes focused on 2 now.
Stage 2 LOX load is closed out. Propellant fills are complete. Dragon is in auto idle.
Stage 2 LOX load complete. All fuel, all oxidizer on Falcon 9. 1 minute 34 seconds to go till launch.
Ground gas closeouts is starting.
No.
Falcon 9 is in startup. Dragon is in countdown. FTS is armed for launch.
Under a minute now, the FTS, the flight termination system, has been armed.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, we're go for launch. Let's light this candle.
Heard that one before.
T-minus 30 seconds.
It's either Alan Shepard or John Glenn said that back in the day. Let's light
believe
this
you're
candle.
right, Dave. Yep.
Oh.
That is an homage to the Mercury system.
Stage 1 tanks pressing
17
for flight.
seconds.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA. Go SpaceX. Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
America has launched. And so rises a new era of American spaceflight,
Stage 1
and with it
propulsion is
the
nominal.
ambitions of a new generation continuing the dream. 20 seconds into flight, stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T plus 30 seconds into this historic mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9, and look at them go.
Falcon power telemetry nominal.
M1D throttle down.
We're throttling down to get ready for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. We're in the throttle bucket. Reports say all systems are go.
Vehicle is supersonic.
We've exceeded Mach 1 on the Falcon 9.
M1D throttle up.
We're throttling back up to full power as we're through max Q.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
And we heard that 1 Bravo call out. That's just the second abort zone that they're in. They'll continue to be on this until the first stage has done its job and they switch over to the second. At this point, Bob and Doug pulling about 2.3 Gs, 2.3 times the Earth's gravity, already moving at over 1,500 miles per hour.
We've heard the call out for MVAC engine chill. That's getting the MVAC engine ready to light. That'll come at about 2:44 into flight. Right now, everything continuing to look good. Next major event coming up is going to be the triple. We'll have main engine cutoff of the 9 first stage engines, stage separation, and then ignition of the second stage engine to continue to carry astronauts into orbit. Coming up in about 20 seconds.
M1D throttle down.
We heard we're throttling down the Merlin engines on the first stage. And we have Miko.
Miko.
2 Alpha.
Falcon stage separation confirmed.
Copy 2 Alpha. MVAC ignition.
All right, we have stage separation confirmed. The first stage beginning its flight back. The second stage being powered by that single Merlin 1D vacuum engine has ignited and is now
Acquisition of signal
carrying
loss.
Bob and Doug into orbit. So they're going to continue under the power of this second
Stage 2
stage,
propulsion is nominal.
which will cut off at SECO, or second engine cut off at about 8 minutes and 44 seconds into today's flight. So a little over 5 minutes to go still on this second stage. You heard the call out to Alpha, so they're now in the longest abort zone that carries them all the way from about North Carolina up the eastern seaboard almost to Canada. Things looking good though, getting good call outs, nominal propulsion on that second stage. Bob and Doug continuing to make their way into orbit.
Dragon SpaceX nominal trajectory. Acquisition of signal in Bermuda.
SpaceX Dragon nominal trajectory.
All right, here in nominal trajectory, so Dragon pointed in the right direction, continuing to make their flight uphill. Heard acquisition of signal Bermuda. That's one of the other ground stations that they're using to get telemetry and data back from this spacecraft.
Stage 2 propulsion is still nominal.
A little over 4 minutes, 40 seconds into the flight. Bob and Doug flying at more than 5,600 miles
Dragon
per hour.
SpaceX nominal trajectory.
Already almost 200 miles
Nominal
downrange
trajectory.
from the Kennedy Space Center. Nominal trajectory continuing. And while they continue uphill, looks like we are getting a view of the first stage as well.
Yep, on your right screen, you can see that first stage with the grid fins deployed. It's making its way back to attempt to land on our drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You today. And we're just about a couple minutes away from the entry burn, and that's where 3 of the 9 Merlin engines do ignite to help slow the vehicle down as it re-enters back into the Earth's atmosphere. And then after the entry burn will be the landing burn, which is just a single engine
Dragon
burn.
SpaceX nominal trajectory.
And you heard
Nominal
starting
trajectory.
chill for entry burn. There's that call out. They are still on a nominal trajectory on Dragon, still on second stage, and that's that MVAC engine on second stage on your left screen. Again, on your right screen is that first stage booster coming back towards our drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You. We're about a minute away from entry burn.
Meanwhile, that second stage continuing to power Dragon into orbit. Again, if you're keeping an eye on that timer, that's going to continue to burn until 8 minutes and 44 seconds into flight. So a little over 2 minutes from now, we'll hear the call out SECO. It'll then be a little
Stage 2
under, or a
propulsion
little
is still
over,
good.
A little over 3 minutes until Dragon physically separates from the second stage of the Falcon 9 after the upper
Dragon
stage gets a
SpaceX
chance.
nominal trajectory.
Dragon copies nominal trajectory.
Continuing to check in with Bob and Doug as they are on a nominal trajectory. Just about 10 seconds away from that first stage, starting that entry burn on your right screen. We should be able to see that view live.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
And there is that entry burn beginning. This burn lasts about 36 seconds long.
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
While that entry burn continues, we're just about a minute away from SECO. We'll have a number of events all happen in rapid succession. That'll be the second engine cutoff.
Stage 1
we'll
entry
be
burn
looking
shut
for
down.
that stage 1 landing burn shortly after.
Yeah, actually just within a few seconds of each other. It's such a cool view on your left screen, seeing Bob and Doug on Dragon. Right now you can see the displays that they are seeing right now themselves.
Terminal guidance.
MVAC throttle step.
We are coming up 25 seconds or so away from SECO, or second engine cutoff.
This is also the point where Bob and Doug are experiencing their highest G-force. We're seeing the counter tick up to right about 1.8.
Copy, Shannon.
You heard Shannon, so that just means they're in their final abort zones. If they were to abort at this point, it would either be an abort to orbit or to land off the coast of Ireland. Standing by for second
Stage 1 landing
cutoff
startup.
confirmation.
MVAC throttle step. MVAC shut down. Stage 1 landing learn.
Confirmation of SECO's second engine cutoff.
Now we are waiting for our first stage to make its way to our drone ship. Of course, I still love you.
Dragon SpaceX nominal orbital insertion.
Launch escape confirmation
system is
nominal
disarmed.
orbital insertion.
Nominal
Stage 1
orbital
landing leg
insertion.
deploy.
And what you're seeing on your screen is a live view of our drone ship, where our first stage will be coming down. Looks like we lost that live view, but we'll wait for confirmation of that landing shortly here.
Falcon 9 first stage successfully landed.
And there you can see on your screen, Falcon 9 has landed. This is the first Falcon 9 to carry humans to orbit, so very exciting for us. And as you can see on your right screen, Bob and Doug are still making their way to their targeted orbit.
M1D to recovery 1.
So exciting today.
M1D.
It doesn't stop.
It does not stop.
All right, we did hear again that call out, good orbital insertion, so that means Falcon 9 and Dragon right now exactly where they're supposed to be.
M1D to FRC on recovery 1.
And it's right at about 12 minutes when Dragon will separate. Looks like we saw a 0G indicator floating around there. I know Bob and Doug owe us a little bit about what exactly that is that they brought up with them.
And before separation, before Dragon initiates separation from the second stage, they do make sure to they do ensure that the vehicle is not spinning and it is in good condition before we separate.
That's right, the upper stage does small attitude maneuver using some cold gas thrusters built into the rocket body itself.
Exactly, so we do expect that separation to occur in about a minute from now, but they do wait until they have full confirmation that it is ready to separate. Such cool views. I cannot get over this view that we are seeing right now. Bob and Doug on the right screen, inside of Crew Dragon, out in space.
Yeah, already 200 kilometers over planet Earth, or a little over 124 miles, traveling in excess of 2,700 meters. 27,000 meters per second, or about 16,000 miles per hour. So again, we're just standing by. That separation event should be coming up shortly. Then they'll begin a series of checks on the Draco thrusters that are going to be used to maneuver and then power Dragon on its flight to the International Space Station. Standing by for separation.
Expected loss of signal, wallops.
It sounds like we had an expected LOS loss of signal with one of the ground stations. Waiting for confirmation now of that.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Dragon separation confirmed.
There is a great view right in front of you of Dragon separating.
Separation confirmed.
And there's that call out Dragon is now officially making its way to the International Space Station today.
Dragon SpaceX with that separation call. We have a few words for you from our Falcon 19.
Standing by.
Dragon, Chief Engineer on Dragon to Ground. Bob Doug, on behalf of the entire launch team, thanks for flying with Falcon 9 today. We hope you enjoyed the ride and wish you a great mission.
Thanks, Bala. Congratulations to you and the F9 team for the first human ride for Falcon 9, and it was incredible. Appreciate all the hard work, and thanks for the great ride to space.
Copy all.
And Mike, proud of you guys and the rest of the team. Thank you so much for what you've done for us today, putting America back into low Earth orbit from the Florida coast.
Copy all. Good luck. Godspeed.
Guys, I don't know about you, but I have a lump in my throat.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's incredible. The
Chalk
video
one
is
up for the
incredible. The way we
USA.
can be with them.
Yeah, I was saying some prayers at the, as they were counting down through all of that. It's just an amazing thing to see. A couple of guys from the United States of America taking us back into space from, as they said, from our own country. Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken, both of whom have around 700 hours in space. Bob Behnken is a colonel in the United States Air Force. Doug Hurley, a colonel in the Marine Corps, and both of those guys, amazing records in space and flying, both of them having flown more than 25 different types of airplanes in their career. And as a matter of fact, I would say Bob Behnken is also, he's got a doctorate in mechanical engineering. So we got a bunch of smart people out there taking this to the space station. Pretty cool stuff, guys.
How about the mystery of the day, guys? What was that they were floating around up there? I say it was a dragon. Amy said, she didn't know. She thought maybe it was a dinosaur. What do you think? You heard them ask about it? They want an official explanation of what for their weightless object.
I think they're going after Elon Musk's car.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Larry.
I think Larry said he's going after Musk's car.
Could be. Well, we were glad to be able to step away from our live benefit to show you that. I think you can appreciate what an achievement that truly is, and we want to thank Nicole Stott for joining us just prior to the launch, for her ability to share her memories of and the feelings of what it's like to sit on top of a rocket just prior to launch. So, Nicole, thanks so much for having been with us before the launch. We are,
Mark,
the four of us here, by the way, are products of our age. We've all got a little bit of silver in our hair. So we're products of Project Mercury and Gemini and Apollo and Skylab and the shuttle program. And I got to tell you that to see Americans back in space from American soil is something that we are proud of. I know I'm speaking for myself, but I think I can speak for all of us on that.
Absolutely. And you know what? These T-shirts, these $50 packages we've got for folks, send in your $50, get that package. Start another young person of this generation on a career to do this very thing. Start our next generation of astronauts right now. Rob's holding up the T-shirt. Show them that fancy patch on the shoulder, too, because that patch on the shoulder can get you good things at Sun and Fun next year. But think of all the good you can do for all these young people, for the Aerospace Center for Excellence, and start them on their way to being on top of that rocket, or maybe flying a space plane. Who knows?
Well, it's yeah. Steph, you out there?
There she is.
Don't hear you yet, Steph.
There you
There
go.
you go.
I have unmuted myself. I muted myself because I was talking to my daughter and I had her come out and watch the launch with me, and the chat just absolutely took off in such a beautiful way. A special shout out, Owen Hewitt, we're so glad that we included this as well. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Susan Jameson, we love the space program just as much as you do. Austin, you are very welcome. We were glad to be able to bring that to you. And now I have two big announcements. First of all, what you've been waiting for on the chat, the giveaway of the Bose Quiet Comfort 35 headset. Congratulations, Sam Perkle from Theodore, Alabama. You have won that headset. We have more giveaways, but I'm going to tell you about the big one right now. I can't believe this package, guys. It is a 5-day Central Florida vacation package that includes a hotel, a car, tickets to Legoland, Safari Wilderness, and the Bach Tower Gardens. It is the big dog in all of this, and it seems appropriate to do it right now. So get in on that chat. Let us know that you're out there. We will see and choose one of you to win this 5-day Central Florida vacation package. And as always, Dave Keim, you mentioned this, all of you guys have. We're so appreciative of any donation that you can make to help support this incredible cause. Speaking of silver in the hair, I've got it too, and I can't get my hair done. So we're just going to roll with it, guys. Back to you.
Well, it's hard to top the excitement that we just saw, but Sun and Fun has had some incredibly exciting moments, going back, for instance, to it was 2016 when the Red Bull Air Races showed up.
We're going to move things along now with one of the greatest pieces of entertainment I have ever seen at an air show. You might know about Red Bull. It gives you wings. And it's my pleasure to introduce to you the voice of the Red Bull Air Race World Championship, Nick Fellows. Nick, take it away, sir.
Rob, it's always a pleasure to stand alongside you and listen to you with your work. But ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the world of the Red Bull Air Race World Championship. And this is, for the first time ever, our demo team in the United States of America. Hold on to your chairs, get ready. We are going to ramp up this air show and make things fast and furious. Now, whilst we prepare our racetrack with the pylons being inflated just out in front of you, let me tell you who you're going to see in action here today. America's finest race pilots. Our Texan, Kirby Chambliss, going up against Michael Goulian from Massachusetts, and may the fastest man win. Also, our technical expert up here in the comm box is Kevin Coleman, one of America's rising stars in the Challenger class of the Red Bull Air Race. And as you can see, our air gators are just about complete with the course where we will race Kirby Chambliss against Michael Goulian. Now let's quickly bring in our race expert here. This is Kevin Coleman to my right. He is one of the rising stars, youngest pilots, 25 years of age. Kevin, the first thing we must tell them is that they enter at 200 knots, 230 miles per hour, but these turns are not easy.
Yeah, so Michael and Kirby will be coming through the start gate right at 200. You don't want to be at 201 because that'll be a 1-second penalty. They'll be right at 200 and going through the gates for you. And this is the Red Bull Air Race demo, but you can bet these guys want to win for you at Sun and Fun.
Now at the Red Bull Air Race, the race director and our race director here, Jim DiMatteo, he's been with us since 2006, 27 years, U.S. Naval aviator, is the man who controls the pilots in the sky. Let's go up to our race director, call them in.
Number 99 Goulian, number 10 Chambliss, welcome to Sun and Fun's final day. The wind is 050 at 8 knots. The box is hot, 99 Goulian, you're cleared into the track. Smoke on.
Put in the track, smoke on for 99. Here we go.
So here comes Mikey Goulian. The smoke is on, and watch the smoke carefully. It tells us whether he has a clean, fast, efficient racing line.
Yeah, so as you see, Michael goes to gate 2. He sets up for the chicane. The chicane is very critical. You can make up time here. As you can see, Michael's very smooth and showing us why he is one of the best pilots on the planet today.
Now he heads for what we call the vertical turn maneuver. Watch how he pulls hard, up and over, like a half Cuban from aerobatics, but the G's must not be over 10, Kevin.
Yeah, you cannot be over 10 G's or you will be disqualified, but you want to get right to 10 to make that the tightest radius you can to put down the fastest time possible.
Now he needs to be clean, smooth, error-free, through the chicane. Now the pilot starts to think about the clock. It's all about the fastest pilot. Goulian goes for the line. That is near perfect.
Number 99, Goulian, 44 seconds, .93. No penalties. Currently holds you in first place. Number 10, Chambliss cleared into the track. Smoke on.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the fastest time we've had all weekend here at Sun and Fun. But can the Texan, 2005 world champion, beat that time of 44.93? Kirby comes in with an aggressive style.
Yeah, you can see Kirby is going to be a little more aggressive as he goes through the track than Michael. Little different style, a little more aggressive. Michael's a little smoother.
But where he needs to watch that aggressive style, Kevin, is on this high G vertical turn maneuver.
Right, so Kirby will go flatter there with the vertical turn. Maybe a little faster, might be a little slower. We'll have to see through the start gate.
Now Kirby's on his way home. Cheer him along. He's got to go through that chicane. He's got to be quick. Left, right, left. Split-second timing and reactions are crucial and key here. Penultimate gate, and now the pilot is thinking about the clock. Full throttle. Chambliss is so close.
Number 10, Chambliss, 44.71 seconds. No penalties. That holds you in first place.
Kirby Chambliss goes to the top of the table, ladies and gentlemen, but they both still have two more passes of the track in this Red Bull Air Race World Championship demonstration. So far, so good. Here comes Goulian. Smoke is on. Lap 2, looking to get the better of his great rival, Kirby Chambliss.
Yeah, so Michael knows Kirby's time, so he's going to push it a little harder this time to try to go a little bit faster. Oh, no smoke on for Michael. That's going to be a penalty.
It's a 1 second penalty for Goulian. Now he really does need to find magical speed on the vertical turn maneuver now.
Hard on the G, you see Michael makes it a little more vertical. He thinks that's going to be the faster line. He's going to set up to the right angle through this gate here to get through the chicane as quickly as possible.
Now the smoke is back on, no more penalties, but let's watch the levels of flying. Remember the rule book that we taught you earlier. The wings must be level through the double gates. That's a good work. Just the penalty for the smoke by my calculation.
9, Goulian, 47.51 seconds. That includes 3 seconds in penalties, insufficient smoke 1 second, and 2 seconds for incorrect level gate number 4.
You have
number
to
10,
fly clean.
You're cleared in the track. Smoke on.
Smoke is on and into the track nice and quickly. Here comes Kirby Chambliss. He already has the track record. Remember, at 44.71. He's just seen mistakes and errors from Mike Goulian. So the pressure, I would say, Kevin, is off now.
Pressure's off for Kirby, and that was the best chicane that he's flown all weekend. So I bet you Kirby's about to lay down the fastest time of the weekend right here.
Watch Kirby Chambliss so carefully. This man has 8 wins, 26 podium performances against his name that has brought him 2 World Championship titles. You know him over here in the USA. Believe you me, he's just as big and famous across Europe and Asia. Here comes Kirby Chambliss looking to get that lead. Take it away. Kirby Chambliss flying brilliantly from start to finish.
Number 10, Chambliss, 44.62 seconds. No penalties. That currently holds you in first place.
He lowers the track record, ladies and gentlemen, 44.62. That really does put the pressure on Michael Goulian from Massachusetts in his 3rd and final pass of the Red Bull Air Race World Championship demo.
Goulian cleared into the track. Smoke on.
Smoke on for 99.
If you're cheering for Michael Goulian, he needs your cheers right now. This is his last performance of the day, his last performance at Sun and Fun 2016, and he really is pushing it as hard but as clean as he can, Kevin.
Yeah, if Michael wants to win now, he knows he has to fly clean, and he needs to take a little more aggressive line through the gates. The better the angle, the faster the time.
That's exactly the name of the game. Now he goes for the oblique. Oh, it's a very high vertical turn maneuver. That gives him more speed now on the back of that turn.
Right, so a little faster through that gate, a better angle. So this is definitely going to set him up better through the chicane. He should make up a little time right here.
This is looking very fast for Goulian. Cheer him through. He's looking to take the lead from Kirby Chambliss into the penultimate gate, and now he goes for the line. And Goulian so close to the track record.
Number 99, Goulian, 46.98 seconds. Currently holds you in 2nd place.
Second position for Mikey Cooley.
Number 10 Chambliss, you're cleared into the track. Smoke on.
And when this guy races, he goes full throttle. Into the track for the last time. From Texas, USA, Kirby Chambliss. From gates 1 to 2, that perfect line. Smooth again through chicane.
Beautiful chicane for Kirby here. And Kirby's style is very aggressive, and he knows he's in first place, but that's not going to stop him from going for it right now anyways.
There's a huge honor with the track record at every stop on the Red Bull Air Race World Championship. Across the world, each and every pilot wants to leave 8 of our cities as the fastest man of the competition. And here comes Kirby now. Look at him go into the chicane for the last time. Kirby Chambliss demonstrating his high-speed motorsport skills into the penultimate gate. Chambliss has got it wrapped up. Oh, he hits the pylon. 3 seconds of penalty for Kirby Chambliss. Oh-ho!
Number 10 Chambliss, 49.76 seconds. That includes 5 seconds of penalties, a pylon hit, and too high on the start-finish gate. But it still holds you as the course record, 44.71 all week. Congratulations, Kirby. You're the winner of the race.
Kirby Chambliss takes top position in our final demonstration here of the Red Bull Air Race.
And ladies and gentlemen, from your right, Red Bull Air Racers Michael Goulian and Kirby Chambliss.
Let's hear it for our Red Bull Air Race World Champions from the USA.
Tell you what, that's high-octane aviation entertainment right there at Sun and Fun in 2016. Red Bull Air Races are on hiatus right now, but we hope in future years that they will return. Let's bring Greg Gibson back in from Sun and Fun. And are we having enough excitement so far today, Greg?
Yeah, this is great, Mark. You know, I was just watching that thing from 2016. It took us about a year and a half to put that together. And when it finally came through, man, it was just freaking awesome. Yeah. Nick Fellows, he's always just been one of my favorites. And just to listen to him light up the stand like that. I mean, Nick makes getting into the airplane sound like it's just the most exciting thing ever. So just once they actually start flying, it's really, like you said, high octane. Yeah, and the show is just fantastic so far. We're really we enjoy that. The launch, what a spectacular win today for the United States of America. I am just so completely stoked. Also, I got to go back to Bayo, all the way back to Bayo. You know, roll tide, girl. Hey, we are there. Sorry, Gene. You know, Gene, our fantastic leader here at the Lakeland International Airport, Auburn graduate, and we do not hold that against you, Gene. It's a fine school, really. That's a great aviation program. So, yeah, Mark, we're enjoying it a lot.
Okay, let's not get into alma maters or we could be here all night. Hey, let's check back in with Stephanie real quick.
All right. Tons of things going on. First of all, I told you guys, still to come, the huge prize giveaway, the 5-day Central Florida vacation package. It's a hotel, it's tickets to Legoland, the works. So that's still coming up in the giveaway. We also are giving away a Bose Quiet Comfort 30 wireless earbud system. So get in the chat. We're going to select a winner for that. And also, the folks at Sun and Fun who are helping me moderate the comments are going to start giving away tickets. We're talking about daily passes. We're talking about weekly passes. And there's one package for 4 people that includes general admission as well as a preferred seating upgrade. So now's the time to stick around in the chat because the big giveaways are rolling in thick and fast, and that's how we like it. Back to you.
Steph, I've got a couple of more things that you're going to be able to give away, courtesy of Gulf Coast Avionics. First off, a Stratus 3 ADS-B receiver. That's a $699 value. And of course, that's something that is mandatory this year for all aircraft, unless you get an exemption. That's one item. The second one from Gulf Coast Avionics is a GCA Bluetooth ANR aviation headset, $375 or $350 value. And I got to tell you something, I wore these recently on about a 4-hour trip, and they are so comfortable. But they're 2 great giveaways from Gulf Coast Avionics. Ready for you to give away, Steph?
I'm all for it. So you guys, again, we are looking in the chat, we are paying attention, and we are excited to give you all of these free things. And we thank you for your support, especially for those folks who have donated. The website right there on your screen. All right, let's send it back to you guys. And I'm going to go see who these winners are and bring you that here in a little bit.
Well, let's do a little bit of a change of pace here. You may recall last year, if you were with us on our Sun and Fun pre-flight show, that we talked about Able Flight, which is a program, a unique way of challenging people with disabilities to learn how to fly in aviation training. And the students of the Central Florida Aerospace Academy received a Zenith 750 Cruiser light sport aircraft in a crate. Let's check the progress that that aircraft has made.
How you doing, everybody? My name's Andy Evans. I'm the aircraft maintenance manager here at Sun and Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence. This aircraft in front of me is a project we introduced to you at Sun and Fun 2019, and here we are 1 year later. Our team of Sun and Fun volunteers and students from the Central Florida Aerospace Academy have been working hard to get this aircraft completed so that it can continue on its mission to teach people with physical disabilities how to fly. This aircraft, named the Spirit of Lakeland, is being built to accommodate a pilot who has limited to no use of their legs. To accomplish this mission, we started with a Zenith 750 Cruiser and added 2 key features. The first is a set of hand controls mounted on the pilot side of the aircraft. The pilot's left hand will use this control stick that directly connects to the rudder pedals for yaw and ground steering, as well as brakes on the ground. Using the Zenith center stick mounted between the seats, the pilot's right hand will control pitch and roll. The second feature is something very unique, and it's called the unpanel. It's basically the same concept as a flat screen TV on an articulating TV mount. It's a standard option on the larger Zenith 750 Super Duty. Instead of attaching a TV to the mount, one of our students designed a frame in SolidWorks, allowing us to install a Garmin G3X. We now have incredible capability with modern technology, and the pilot can move the avionics out of the way to facilitate a much easier entry and exit from the aircraft. We hope you've enjoyed this Spirit of Lakeland project update. If you'd like to follow along on our progress, we can be found on Facebook under Zenith 750 Cruiser Spirit of Lakeland. Thank you for your support, and remember, the sky is just the beginning. We're going to get back to building, and we hope to see you from the air real soon. Thanks. See you later, everybody.
And we hope you've been able to be with us through our now 3 hours of coverage. It's just wrapping up here at Sun and Fun, this live benefit for the Aerospace Center for Excellence. I'm Mark Allen, one of your co-hosts for this event. Rob Ryder, Larry Strain, Dave Keim, and Steph Strickland. We've been with you this entire time, enjoying all the airshow performances that we've been able to show you, some live interviews, and of course, the live launch of the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. We have 2 Americans in orbit launched from U.S. soil for the first time in 9 years, and that was spectacular. Let's remind you why we are here. The Aerospace Center for Excellence, its mission is to engage, educate, and accelerate the next generation of aerospace professionals. And part of the ACE program is the Central Florida Aerospace Academy, the Florida Air Museum. There are a number of programs that ACE supports, and Sun and Fun provides a tremendous amount of financial support from the Sun and Fun event. But since there wasn't Sun and Fun this year because of COVID-19, this is why we are doing this benefit. Sun and Fun provides up to $500,000 a year in scholarships to young people, as well as other direct support for STEM programs. So the way that you can participate, the way that you can help ACE is to make that $50 donation that we've been talking about throughout the telecast. Make any amount that you can. But $50 gets you a package from Sun and Fun, a thank you package of the 2020 posters and stickers, the 2020 Sun and Fun t-shirt with a special patch on the shoulder, the greatest air show that never happened. This is a one-of-a-kind shirt. We hope to never see it again. After 2021, when you wear this shirt at Sun and Fun, and we'll tell you what happens if you do when you go. Now, additionally in this thank you package is the Unfreeze Your Bird, the story of Sun and Fun, the first 30 years or so of Sun and Fun. It's a fun read. I just finished it last night and I learned a lot. And additionally, you'll get the Sun and Fun 2021 patch. Now, if you wear the t-shirt and you've got your 2021 patch and a prize patrol sees you on the grounds next year at Sun and Fun, look at all the prizes that you could be upgraded to as an additional thank you for supporting Sun and Fun. So there's a number of really cool reasons aside from just the altruism of helping young people get into aviation. There's some things there that are cool for you too. So there are several ways to donate. You're seeing it down there in the corner of the screen, and we invite you to be generous as you can be. And let's throw to Rob Ryder. I knew I could get it out, Rob. Sorry.
No problem, Mark. Hey, this is a great opportunity for me to introduce some guys who actually live up on Long Island. That's where their home is, at Republic Airport, the cradle of aviation. And in the summertime, these guys not only fly a bunch of air shows, but they also type messages in the sky and have done so over New York in a way that has brought encouragement to the people of that city so hard hit by COVID-19. They are the Geico Sky Typers. Larry Arkin is the lead pilot. In the wintertime, some of these airplanes actually spend the time in the hangar at Lakeland Linder Regional Airport. But let's take a look at the Geico Sky Typers.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Geico Insurance Company proudly sponsors the Geico Sky Typers Airshow team, a squadron of World War II training planes and the 2016 recipient of the Art Scholl Memorial Showmanship Award from their industry peers. Geico was established in 1936 as the government employees insurance company and is grateful to our servicemen, women, and their families for their contributions and sacrifices in defense of our great nation. The aircraft we fly are the North American SNJ, or T6 aircraft, which, along with its famous 9-cylinder, 600-horsepower radial engine known as the WASP, was the standard American advanced trainer for all branches of the U.S. military in World War II. More American combat pilots trained in this single-engine, 2-seat aircraft than any other World War II trainer. Now, if you will turn and look behind you, because approaching from behind the crowd, the Geico Sky Typers are going to approach in a line abreast formation. That formation is used to type the 1,000-foot tall messages and symbols in the sky, which they often type around cities where they perform. The messages can be up to 6 to 8 miles long and visible for 15 miles in any direction. This is an up-close view of how the Geico Sky Typers deliver their unique messages. In order to be more maneuverable, this large formation has to collapse into a tighter, more agile shape. Let's watch as they have smoothly transitioned from their line abreast formation to a delta formation. And once formed, they'll perform a belly pass so you can appreciate the beauty of 6 World War II aircraft in a tight formation. And if you look closely, you might even spot the Geico Gecko riding along with the team. Search the team's YouTube channel for the Gecko Airshow commercial to see how his first flight went. As the team maneuvers, they must always be aware of any potential threats to their safety. In a hostile environment,
Here is one method of reacting to a threat that is behind them or at their 6 o'clock position. Just about to come over the tower. Let's watch as they begin to turn into each other to confuse their attacker. This is our 6-plane implosion. Missing each other by mere feet. Now, once their 6 is clear,
well, Rob, I have a winner for that ADS-B that we're giving away. If you could give me just a second here, Mr. Dugan Sherry, I believe is the way that he pronounces his name, but from Gulf Coast Avionics. The ADS-B receiver, $700 value, Mr. Rob.
Yes, indeed. And they are actually not, the Geico SkyTypers all have them as well. They use them, and it is such a great piece of equipment to help with navigation and with onboard, be able to look at radar and all the other things. The folks at Apario Marketing and with the Stratus 3 have really changed the way a lot of people fly. So we're grateful to that, and congratulations to the winner.
You know, we're talking about the Lightning with vertical takeoff capability. It's a little late in the game because we have somebody that has flown here with vertical takeoff capability. I'm talking about Art Knowles.
He's quite a guy, indeed, quite a great Marine.
Let's watch his performance.
I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to see something spectacular. You don't see it at very many air shows, and I'm talking about the Sea Harrier. Flown today by Art Knowles, a native of Virginia and Washington, D.C. Grew up with an abiding interest in aviation. He majored in aerospace engineering at the United States Naval Academy. Now watch, here is the short field takeoff. 90 knots and he's in the air. Ladies and gentlemen, 60 nozzle down. There you have the Sea Harrier and Art Knowles. Had those nozzles pointed 60-degree down. Watch Art climb high to the left now. He's going to come back for a photo pass. This one's going to be relatively slow, about 250 knots to 300 knots. Little photo pass now over your left shoulder, ladies and gentlemen, should be Mr. Art Knowles in the Sea Harrier. Here we go. Looking right down in the cockpit now at Art Knowles, Lieutenant Colonel retired. Retired from the Marine Corps in 1998. He started a development company specialized in restoring, revitalizing neglected neighborhoods in Washington. And he returned to flying by joining the Commemorative Air Force, and he now regularly flies his L-39 Albatross and his L-4 Grasshopper. 75 different aircraft he has flown in. From the left, here comes Art Knowles now. Pedal to the metal. Going to put it right down on the deck. Listen to the sound of the Sea Harrier. Just got the work on this Sea Harrier completed just a few days ago. Had a little trouble getting here with the weather, but it's beautiful. Look at the climb rate of the Sea Harrier from that high-speed pass. SkyTypers writing, thank you, Lakeland Linder Airport. Here is the 4-point hesitation roll. Every 90 degrees around the compass, on the longitudinal axis of the airplane, Art Knowles completes the 4-point hesitation roll. Now he's going to show you the quick roll rate of the Sea Harrier as he comes back for a double aileron roll at about 400 knots. He'll throw that stick way over to the left side of the cockpit after raising the nose just a tad and do 2 quick aileron rolls for you. Here we know. First to the left and then to the right in the crisp handling Sea Harrier in the double aileron roll. Now, you've seen just how fast the airplane can go. Watch now as he comes in at 350 knots and does what we call the carrier brake. This is the way that every naval and marine aviator fly over the carrier to set up for a landing. This is the carrier brake. Watch now. Nose comes up just a tad and then a hard right turn. Incidentally, he added to a lot of firsts, and he was the first Western pilot to fly the Russian Yak-38, the first pilot to conduct a shipboard ski jump takeoff of the AV-8B Harrier, and aboard the Italian ship Garibaldi, and later the Spanish ship Asturias. He's flown 9 different kinds of V-STOL aircraft. All right, Art, we're ready for some vertical work now. And it will probably be too noisy for you to hear me because these jets put out a lot of noise, particularly when the nozzles are directed straight to the ground. So I'll just tell you, like I said, he will do a hover, he will do a backup, then he'll do a pedal turn, 360 degree, and if the wind is permitting, he might even give you a bow to the crowd. If he does, I want you to put your hands up in the air and wave back to him. Slowing the aircraft down now, adjusting the nozzles from to the rear, slowly bringing them down to the vertical. As he slows the aircraft down, and then at the appropriate spot on the runway, the nozzles will be full down. You'll probably see some black smoke emanating out of the nozzles, and you can see the 2 outrigger little landing gear on each wingtip. And like I said, there are also nozzles on the wingtips to help in the stability of the AV-8B Harrier. This is the Sea Harrier. All right, it's going to get noisy, so just watch Art Knowles. There you have it, a beautiful wave to the crowd, ladies and gentlemen. That's Art Knowles.
Don't that beat all? Just one of the many reasons that the Sun and Fun Air Show is one of the best. Steph, I'll bet the chat room is blowing up. What's going on?
People are absolutely loving this, and I want to give away some really cool items right now, but do stick around because we still are going to give away that 5-day Central Florida vacation package, which is a hotel, a car, tickets to Legoland, Safari Wilderness, and the Block Tower Gardens. That's still coming up, the big prize package. But I want to go ahead and give away right now the Bose Quiet Comfort 30 earbuds. A big congratulations to Corrine Elizabeth. I see you on the chat. You have been with us for the duration. She loves all this content. She says it's great, the previously recorded stuff, to allow her to see all of this together. So it is our pleasure to give those earbuds to you. Congratulations. Also, Austin, Christopher Young, and Warren Partolo, you guys have been on the chat with me the entire time. I see you and I appreciate you. So we are going to go ahead and give you weekly passes, tickets coming up for Sun and Fun 2021, 4 of them. So you can bring the family, bring the friends. Congratulations to you guys as well. And again, the big prize ticket giveaway, the Central Florida vacation package still coming. So stick around for that. Now I want to send it over to Rob and Larry.
Stephanie, I tell
Rob,
you what.
Before we introduce the good friend of yours who's coming up next, I do have another winner. Can I just slip it in here real quick?
Sure.
It is the Gulf Coast Avionics GCA Bluetooth ANR aviation headset, valued at $350. And I'm embarrassed to say it's a good friend of mine, Owen Hewitt. I'll bet you're going to be dancing around the living room right now, Owen, but you're the winner of that headset, and I had nothing to do with it. Nothing. Rob, who's up next?
Well, a guy that we all know and love. He has won all the awards. He literally wrote the book on advanced aerobatics. Red Bull Air Racer, we saw him flying against Kirby Chambliss earlier. But let's take a look at the guy from Boston, Massachusetts. And here's the clip of Michael Goulian.
Attention, please. The man circling high overhead is a former U.S. National Aerobatic Champion, Red Bull Air Racer, and one of the world's few aerobatic superstars. He's dedicated almost his entire life to extreme flying. FUN Aerospace Technologies presents to you from Boston, Massachusetts, Michael Goulian. As Michael dives toward Show Center, that Hartzell propeller, powered with a Lycoming Thunderbolt IO580 engine, accelerates his airplane to over 250 miles per hour. Michael is known for giving his airshow performance 110% every time he flies. And by the look of that entry, that's not about to change today. Oh yeah, Mikey G, get after it! Ladies and gentlemen, it just doesn't get any better than this. All right, folks, looks like Michael's ready for the second half of the show. Okay, Mikey G, let's get it on! He sets up for the next maneuver. A long pull back around. Ready, hit it! A series of snap rolls brings Michael back to show center. What do you think? Let's make some noise! The unmatched performance and precision that Michael showed you today comes from his 30 years of intense training and competing in top-level, regional, national, and global competitions. In fact, Michael has flown on 3 U.S. World Aerobatic teams and is a past U.S. National Aerobatic Champion. Michael performed in his first air show in 1989 when he was still a teenager and has been living his dream ever since. Today, he is one of the best airshow flyers in the world and one of only 7 aviators who have received all 3 of the airshow industry's top awards.
There looks like Michael Goulian.
What's up there, boys?
Hi, Mike.
How's it going?
Hey, I had a couple of questions, Mike. Well, first of all, as I have said, introducing you many times, that you don't fly an air show, you attack the air show, which you do. But could you very briefly tell us, because we watched you fly the Red Bull Air Races, and we just watched your air show performance. Big differences for you in the cockpit?
Huge difference. You know, from a G standpoint, not so much of a difference. But from a flying standpoint, when you look at me flying an air show, that's really me and the airplane doing everything that you can to make an explosive performance in front of a crowd, right? But when you look at the Red Bull Air Race and everything that goes into it, maybe not so much as at the demo that we did at Sun and Fun, but when you did a real race in Red Bull Air Race, it's a team effort, right? There's a lot of engineers behind trying to find the right line, and the technicians trying to make the airplane perfect, and the amount of technology that goes into it is pretty impressive. And my team would like to say that I was just the meat servo and I just did what they told me to do, and that's kind of the truth.
Let me ask you, Michael.
G-force is different?
So the G-force in the race was it's a much higher duration for a longer period of time, right? So that's what makes the race plane, the Edge 540, such a good race plane, is it can withstand a lot of G for a long time and hold the G for a long time. The extra, not so much. The extra will dissipate its energy pretty quickly, which is what makes it such a good aerobatic airplane. So I tell people, you'd pass out in a Red Bull Air race, you'd throw up in an air show.
Mikey, when you are doing your shows, you have said that when you enter a maneuver, you're not just along for the ride, are you? You're pretty calculated through each and every one of those maneuvers, right?
Oh, Rob, like 1,000%. Everything that you do is so scripted and so practiced and so sort of done by the numbers, even though when the airplane is what looks like out of control, you've done that 1,000 times. And so that's the whole idea of it. And if you watch me do a tumble, what I try to do is make sure it stops perfectly and goes and rolls. So even though it looks out of control, when it stops, people would say, oh, he meant to stop it like that. So it's just not one of those stick the stick in this corner, put the rudder in that corner, let it flip around and see where it ends up. It's not like that at all. It's very, very, very scripted. So we try to take competition style flying, which is very precise, and then take all of the sort of wild gyroscopics that you see from an air show side and put them together to make a show that looks the way that it does.
Michael, do you unveil the new paint job yet?
Say that again?
Have you unveiled the new paint job?
Absolutely, yeah. It's starting to get a lot of love on social media, and we've been doing a lot of flying with the plane, and so Larry, it looks awesome. I love it. I've always wanted a black and yellow airplane, and finally I have one. Well, it's yellow and black, but close enough. And Mirko from Italy helped design the paint scheme with us, and it's everything that I wanted it to be. So it looks really cool. And if we just have an air show or two to fly, the world would get to see it. Hopefully we'll do that maybe in September.
We're looking forward to that, Michael. And congratulations on another great year with Whelan Aerospace Technologies as your prime sponsor.
Well, thanks. You know, Rob, it's amazing. Whelan has been with us now 8 years, and now they're the title sponsor. We shared the sponsorship with Goodyear for quite a few years, and now Whelan has taken on the primary role, and it's really fun just to see one company, one color, one everything. And they're just, as we all know, great with the aviation industry because they provide all of the lights for Matt Youngkin and all of the guys that do amazing night shows.
Move on
and
to the
everybody that needs help, you know, and so they're just great stewards of our business. So I'm honored to be a part of that whole thing because they just care about the good of aviation more than as much as anything else.
Yeah, appreciate that. Okay, Mikey G, thanks, buddy. Appreciate very, very much your being with us and participating in the show. Looking forward to seeing you on the road. Michael Goulian! How many times
All right,
is that
boys.
gone?
Thanks a lot. Have an awesome Saturday, and hopefully we'll see you at an air show real soon.
You bet. Mark Allen, back to you, buddy.
Yeah. Hi, Michael. Bye, Michael. Well, everybody else has been having so much fun talking about the giveaways that I asked to be able to do one. And because Craig McCachran said you're pretty much behaving myself, I get the opportunity to mention one of the next items that we're going to have out there in the giveaway. And it is a Bose A320 aviation headset. It's 30% greater noise reduction capabilities. That is an $1,100 value. Yes, take a deep breath on that one. That one is going to be given away here very, very shortly. As we continue on, we talked a little bit earlier about Able Flight and showed you the Zenith 750 cruiser that the Central Florida Aerospace Academy students are constructing. But last year on our pre-flight show, Ed Young, the museum director of the Florida Aviation Museum, came on set with me and my co-host Rick Peterson to talk about Able Flight and this program.
Now, a lot of people take for granted the ability to fly an aircraft,
but there are some people where there are disabilities involved that makes it much more difficult. There's an organization called Able Flight whose mission is to help people with disabilities in a unique challenge through flight and career aviation training, and by doing so gain greater confidence and self-reliance. What a great mission statement. And joining us on set is somebody that we've gotten to know pretty well over the course of this week. He is Ed Young, the museum director of the Florida Air Museum, but more importantly, the Aerospace Center for Excellence, which is partnering with Able Flight in a new initiative that was just unveiled and uncrated a couple of days ago. Ed, tell us a little bit about this.
Well, so we've been working for about 6 months with Able Flight to try and offer scholarship students the opportunity to stay here on the campus of Sun and Fun and earn their wings. And we've also had some great success working with other partners like Zenith, who is one of the leaders in creating innovative controls for folks that have particular issues. And they actually sent us a crate. It was a little like the Christmas story, with the fragile crate. And when we uncrated it, it was just so exciting because inside that box is an airplane that's going to help a number of people learn to fly.
Now, it is a Zenith 750 cruiser. And as I understand it, this plane is, if you will, disability friendly. Can you explain that a little bit?
Sure. So instead of the traditional rudder pedals, there's actually an additional stick. And then we went with the option to put a servo throttle control. So for the flight instructor, it feels just like you're flying a 750, which is a plane that we're very familiar with, that we really enjoy using for our programs. But then you have that additional component that allows a person that might...
Keep talking. It's airplane music to us.
There's always two of them, as we well know, too. The wingman is just leaving now. The Super Hornets.
So my office in the museum, after every one of those takeoffs, I have to re-straighten the pictures. So I'm pretty used to it. Especially we get a lot of training traffic into here from all over. But in any case, so there's a servo that controls the throttle. For the flight instructor, it feels like you're teaching any other student. And that's really what we want out of the program, is to have that person gain the confidence to feel like they're any other person taking flight instruction, and then the absolute freedom that they earn when they get their pilot's license.
No pressure at all, but you want this project finished, this new aircraft put together by Oshkosh, right?
That's right. We intend to fly it. We intend to fly the experimental hours off of it on the way up to Oshkosh, and then we're going to bring it back here and we're going to start our training in. Yeah, that's the kids taking the crate off. We're going to have them on the campus, we hope, in the fall.
When we say kids, what is the collaboration? What is the involvement of the students at various levels in their educational career?
Well, so we have a couple of programs at the school, which include avionics and also airframe and power plant at the high school, the Central Florida Aerospace Academy, which is another one of the ACE. It's not an ACE partnership. We own that high school. Polk County rents it from us. All of the money from that rent goes back into scholarships. We've put wings on 91 student pilots. So those kids are going to come over and they're going to work on the actual airframe itself, the avionics. They're going to help us get that aircraft certified by the FAA. They're going to have real life, honest to goodness experience in the aviation world before they leave high school.
Yeah, now, Able Flight has provided us with some footage for folks to get a little bit better sense of what the cruiser looks like and what the opportunities are.
Yeah, and the great part is that there was a Zenith that was built by one of the clubs up in the Carolinas that helped a disabled pilot actually put together the kit, get it certified and so forth. So we're not doing something absolutely novel. What we're doing that's novel about this program is that they've been doing it at universities, Ohio State and Purdue, and now they're going to be able to do it year-round on our campus.
What are the hopes for this program going forward? Charles Stites, the founder of Able Flight, was unable to join us today. So in speaking for them as a partner of the Able Flight program, what are we looking for in the future?
Well, the great part is that if you meet an Able Flight pilot, they will tell you how significantly this has changed their lives. And this just furthers our mission with Sun and Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence to engage, educate, and accelerate the next generation of aerospace professionals. These folks will have an opportunity to do something absolutely life-changing and even enter the profession of aerospace because it's light sport. They can earn their instructor certificates and they can fly on a driver's license.
Wow. You get very proud to be part of all of this, and anybody who attends this kind of an event and comes and supports Sun and Fun is involved in this.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people don't realize is how expansive the campus is here and there is a mission statement that just changed recently, and I think if I've got this right, it's engage, educate, and accelerate the next generation of young people in aviation.
Well, it's aerospace professionals, and the only distinction I make there is because if you'd like to come to the A&P schools that we have here on campus, you are more than welcome. And so what we're looking to do is that we use this as a fundraiser. Sun and Fun is the biggest fundraiser for the Aerospace Center for Excellence that then puts that mission forward, and we engage the community because we want aerospace to be as great as it possibly can be. We know that it's going to continue into the future. We know that there's needs now, but we've got to be sure that we're preparing for that future, and that's what Sun and Fun does. That's the mission of ACE.
Ed, we appreciate you taking time to join us here and explain a little bit further about some of the things that are happening to help in every way possible to advance aviation and expand the opportunities for people as a career field and just as for the sheer joy of flying.
And we appreciate you putting it out there for the world. So many people come up to me and they say, we had no idea you had 17 buildings. The educational campus is 17 buildings. All this stuff doesn't count that's down here, the chalets and the fun stuff. That doesn't count. We have 17 buildings in the educational campus. We have the Lakeland Aero Club. All of that stuff helps us further that mission, and you all putting that message out there for us is incredible. We appreciate it.
And we have a winner on the Bose A20 headset. Yeah, drum roll, please. Mark Miravellis. Mark Miravellis, you've been active on the chat all day, and guess what? You're the winner. So congratulations on that $1,100 value. Hope you enjoy it. Now, part of the fun of Sun and Fun is always the military aircraft that sit on the ramp, and Dave Keim, that's his specialty, and he rejoins us now with another one of his Keim times.
That's right. We're going to take another look at a helicopter. We looked at one earlier, the Chinook, which basically its function is ferrying people and equipment. This one you're going to find out has a bit of a different mission. Let's see it in Keim time.
It's Keim time at the Apache AH-64D attack helicopter.
So you fly this thing. How long have you been doing that?
I've been doing this for about 2.5 years, roughly. I'm stationed at Savannah in Hunter Army Airfield.
And I also hear there's a great backstory to this. I know we're talking graduation to aviation with the Army aviation program, but I hear you started as a crew chief on this helicopter?
Yeah, I enlisted in the Army in 2012. I was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas, where I worked on these. I did that for about 3 years. I really knew I wanted to fly, so I pursued the Army Warrant Officer program. I applied, I was selected, attended flight school at Fort Rucker, and here I am today.
That's an amazing story. So tell me a little bit about this helicopter. I know they've been around a while. How long have they actually been in service?
I believe these were first put in service in 1989. They first saw combat in the Gulf War, the Alpha models. In the early, I believe, 2000, switched to the Delta models. And that's what we have here today is a Delta model. It's a dual-engine helicopter. It has a 30-millimeter cannon. It's got Hellfire missiles. It's got Hydra 70 rockets. Carries 19 per pod, 4 missiles per missile rack, 300 rounds of 30-millimeter. Primarily used for close air support. Will be, let's say, in Afghanistan or wherever, supporting ground forces as they conduct missions or doing reconnaissance, looking for targets, anything like that.
It's quite a machine, I know that.
Yeah, it's really something. It's amazing aircraft. It's capable of doing a lot of things. I know a lot of people are happy we have it.
It is an amazing machine. I'll tell you that right now. I saw one at an air show years ago when they first came out, and he did a routine that was really kind of amazing to me. He vanished. He went away. And it was like, okay, is this guy having a problem or what? And all of a sudden, a tree line off to our left, this guy popped up and sat there and hovered. And the crew chief that was over there says, now, would you like to see that if he was after you? And my answer was, of course, no. You couldn't hear the thing. You couldn't see it. He wasn't that far away. And that's one of the tactics they use. It's quite an incredible machine. Glad it's on our side. You know,
boy,
also,
it sure is. That's amazing.
It is.
Yeah.
And while we're at it, Rob, let's not forget to remind folks, get the $50 in here, get the T-shirt, win the prizes, come to see these incredible machines. Next year, you can walk up to them and touch them and talk to the guys that fly them.
Sounds good. Thanks, Dave Keim. Good Keim time. That's really cool. Hey, the American dream. We've talked about it. Well, we talk about it all the time, but here's a way to get a different slice on that story, a different angle, if you will, with the gentleman who's coming up next. Let's take a look at the clip with our buddy Tom Richard.
Rolls the aircraft beautifully. Got to go behind that cloud because according to regulations he can't go into the cloud, so you can see he pushed it out just a little bit to get behind that cloud. Sets up now from the left to right for a high speed loop. Gonna push the throttle of that Allison all the way to the firewall, point the nose down, start getting some G-forces build up here as he pulls to the level, and now a hard pull. Here we go. Giant Barnstormers loop. Negative G's here, and as he goes over the top, he goes to negative, full negative G's. That 5-point harness, though, holding him securely in his seat. In front of you now, ladies and gentlemen, from MacDill Air Force Base, the Paracommandos. Nice job. Down the backside now, more positive G's as he pulls out. We talk about G-forces here, ladies and gentlemen. You and I are exerting 1 G as we stand here on Mother Earth. And if we say that a performer is pulling like 4 G's, that means that there's 4 times their own weight pushing him down in that cockpit. Negative G's do exactly the opposite. They try to throw you out of the cockpit. Blood rushes up to your eyes. Sometimes they get blurred. And negative G's aren't very, very good. Reverse Cubanate, we call this now, as he brings the airplane to show center. Rolls it to the inverted. And pulls. A couple of rolls on the way up. Like you said, full set of controls in the rear cockpit of Tom's P-40. Tom is well known for his exploits in air racing around the world. A World Cup winner in the International Formula One class. He also raced various jets, and most famously the world's only Griffin-powered P-51 Mustang, precious metal. And among others, Tom has been sponsored by Breitling Watches and the leather jacket manufacturer Cockpit USA. Knife edge on the down line. Crosses show center right here. Same altitude. Now watch for the pull. Very gently. You can see, compared to what you're going to watch with the aerobatic maneuvers, Tom is a very, very smooth pilot. No really abrupt maneuvers. Point roll on the way down of that Cubanate with a 2-point hesitation roll. Rolls away from that cloud up there and gets to the inverted. Now brings it back to show center. Flying upside down. Now right now he's got those negative G's going, but like I said, that 5-point harness holds him inside the cockpit. Back to show center now comes Tom Richard. Down at his museum, you can fly, like I said, the T6, or you can fly this. This particular airplane has 2 confirmed Japanese kills during the war. 1 Zero fighter and 1 Betty bomber. Lieutenant Thorvaldsen flew the aircraft for the U.S. Army Air Corps, went on to a long career in the Air Force, passing away in 2014. Down low, pedal to the metal. Here is an 8-point hesitation roll. Watch how he stops at every 45 degrees around the compass there. Exits the same altitude that he went in, at the same heading. Mark of an excellent pilot, ladies and gentlemen, the 8-point hesitation roll.
And with us now is the pilot of that very, very special airplane. I was going to say precious airplane, but that's precious metal. That's the other one. Tom Richard, love to see you fly, buddy. How are you?
Thank you, Rob. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thanks. People may not know this about you, but you were not born in this country. You love this country, but you grew up in Sweden, did you not?
That's correct. Not by choice, but that's how it happened.
But you had, as a young man, a very, very big dream in two parts. Tell us about that.
Well, I got a hold of a magazine that featured the 1979 Reno Air Races. And I thought that was just absolutely tremendous and decided that's what I wanted to do at that age. So everything I did from that point on was strive towards flying warbirds and going air racing.
And your grandfather did a very, very special thing for you to get you over here to America, didn't he?
Yes, he gave me a contribution of $2,500. My parents paid for the trip over, and I was let loose, so to speak.
At 17 years of age, and now you've been able to live both of those dreams, racing at Reno and precious metal and the Unlimited and also the Formula One, and then flying warbirds. And Florida is now your home, the Kissimmee area, for Warbird Adventures. Tell us a little bit about what you offer, as Larry Strain was talking about, with your Texan and your TP40.
Yeah, we're a full-time warbird flight school. So if you want to go get a checkout in a single engine fighter type aircraft, and in our case, the T6 is the best fighter trainer ever made, obviously. We have several of those aircraft, and we also now offer fighter training in the P40 specifically. We're the only P40 flight school in the world at the moment. We also do primary training in a Citabria, so you can work your way up from the very beginning if you want to get your private pilot's license with us and work your way up to become a T6 instructor and eventually into the P40. That's what we do.
And of all of the airplanes you've flown, I'm going to guess I know that I think I know which type of airplane it is, but what's your favorite plane of all?
Well, my favorite warbird is, of course, the very aerobatic P40. There's just nothing like it. I fly other fighters as well, and they're all fantastic airplanes. It's just the P40, that's a special place for me, and I call it the pits of the warbirds. It's the most maneuverable and most aerobatic of them all. It's just an absolutely lovely aircraft.
And as you fly it, as we're watching you flying it now, with a pretty cool 360 camera, as you roll the airplane 1.5 times. I've served twice there. I have seen you fly some remarkable routines over Jones Beach and other air shows, and down in Florida and all over the place. And I don't think you ever quite get tired of it, even when you've got to do rides after the air show is over.
No, it's hard to pull me out of the cockpit. I prefer to sit in there. That's where I tend to not screw up. If I could spend all my day flying warbirds, then I think that's a life goal achieved.
Well, sir, I appreciate your being with us today to share some time with the folks at Sun and Fun and the air show that did not occur this year, but it does virtually, thanks to the footage you've provided and the entertainment and the inspiration that you provide in being a guy who exemplifies the American dream. Tom Richard, thank you very much, my friend.
Well, thank you, Rob. Always a pleasure, and I cannot wait till next year.
Indeed. Warbirdadventures.com, correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
You betcha. Tom Richard, thank you. Mark Allen, back to you.
And what a politically correct answer. When you ask a pilot, what's your favorite airplane? He says, it's what I'm flying right now. Now, there is no air show at Sun and Fun without someone called the Air Boss. And at Sun and Fun for a number of years, it has been George Klein. And we spent some time with him last year to talk to him about what his role is as Air Boss at this wonderful aviation event.
What we do is basically produce and direct the flying part of the show. The event organizers actually go out and hire their own folks, and they give them to us, and what we do is put them in order, make it entertaining, because an air show is entertaining. I started out 40 years ago as an air traffic controller. Now, when I went to Sun and Fun for my first air show in 1983, as I was watching what the Air Boss did, I said, you know, being a controller, I could do that. I am a pilot. My air traffic control background, I understand pilots, I understand what they have to do and how they want to do it, and I understand the phraseology and the verbiage they use, so it makes it easier for me. Whereas an Air Boss, you got to think in 3D. You got to know what you're going to do 2 acts later. You got to know who's got to be up in the air holding. You got to know who's supposed to be taxiing now, who's supposed to be going. So you got to control the whole. When I say produce and direct it, you're directing that show to make sure that everybody's where they're supposed to be at the right time when they're supposed to go on stage. Started planning for Sun and Fun after the first of the year. Greg and I talked about the acts. He sent me a list of acts for each day. I actually will change the acts around, put the correct time in there I know they will use, and make it entertaining on the days, those certain days. Said you don't want to watch 4 aerobatic acts right behind each other. Monoplanes do the same thing. You don't want to watch 3 pits behind each other, do the same thing. You're just going to go, okay, seen that, I'm out of here. So you may have a B-25 come in there like Panchito doing their demo, you know, and after they do their demo, you throw Kent Peach out there flying in, doing a comedy thing, stuff flying off his airplane. It breaks up people going, oh, we got a warbird, now we got a comedy act. No, now we got parachutists coming down right after Kent, you know. So you want to keep their attention and keep the show going. I consider a job well done when there's nobody upset with me. The show is safe. Our number 1 priority in anything we do is to be safe.
All right, it's time. The big giveaway. I've got a couple of smaller but awesome giveaways as well. So Fernanda Barrera, who is watching us from Belize, who says that she is late to work because she stuck around and watched this. She's got a visa and airfare's not included, but we are awarding you a week at Sun and Fun 2021 for 4 people, including general admission and a preferred seating upgrade. And guess what? Brad Johnson, you've been active on the chat as well. So you too, sir, are getting the week at Sun and Fun 2021 for 4. Congratulations on that. I want to take a quick second just to wish, by the way, Mace Thunderbird number 5 a happy birthday. Michelle Curran, this one's for you. Mace, you're amazing. I hope your birthday's fantastic. And I hope everyone watching here hops on social media, particularly Instagram, to wish you a happy, happy birthday. And now, the big package, a 5-day Central Florida vacation package, including a hotel, car, tickets to Legoland, Safari Wilderness, as well as the Bach Tower Gardens. This gentleman hopped on the chat to let us know that he had made a donation. He started poking around on his Facebook page, and we realized that he is a retired Kennedy Space Center employee. He happens to live in Brandon, Florida. Congratulations, John Edwards, on winning the big Florida vacation package. This has been, I feel like Santa Claus. I have had a fantastic day. Mark Allen, let's send it back to you.
Yeah. Without a doubt, you have been the most popular person on this entire stream the entire day. Well, this is just about wrapping it up for us. But before we go, I want to touch with each one of the announcers who has been part of this broadcast today. We all come from a television background. We still use TV terms, but it has been a labor of love. And I want to talk to each one of our air show announcers who grace the microphone at Sun and Fun. Let's start with Dave Keim for your final thoughts.
Okay, I tell you what, it's been a great show. It's just a shame we couldn't actually be on site with the aircraft live, but conditions being as they are, what a wonderful event we've had today. I'd like to thank all the production crew and all the rest of the volunteer announcers, yourself included, Mark. And it's been a great thing. And I still want to stress all the folks out there watching this, please support this wonderful organization. They're losing a great deal of their revenue stream because of the COVID crisis, and we're trying to help all we can. Get that T-shirt, and you can win some good things. Hey, it would be great to be on the grounds next year, just wondering if that prize patrol is going to say, hey, there's one of those tags. Guess what? You've just been upgraded to first. So anyway, help the organizations. Glad I could help. Everyone else, be safe out there, and let's get this air show thing back on the road. Back to you, Mark.
Rob Ryder, you're in the box.
Thank you, Mark. I will echo everything Dave Kimes said and add that it is such a privilege to be part of this business. The airplanes got me into it. The people have kept me in it. And as our buddy Bob Carlton has said, our heroes are now our friends. Thanks. It's great to be part of this great family and to participate in this show. Thanks, Greg Gibson. Thanks, like Leanhouse, and thanks again to all of you for watching here today. I could talk on and on, but I won't. I'll just say thanks. Mark Allen, back to you.
Larry Strain has been with us from the Aerospace Center for Excellence on the campus of Sun and Fun. Larry, the table is yours.
Thank you so much, Mark. I too have enjoyed this so much, and we need to really support this organization. I get so excited when I come down here for Sun and Fun. When I'm not announcing, I'm back here watching the kids put airplanes together. They're doing wing fabric work. They're fabricating instrument panels. They're learning aviation from the ground up, really, and it's a wonderful organization. We really do need to support it. Thank you for having me as part of the organization today. I want to remind everybody what Steph said, that one of the prizes that's going to be awarded will be a visit up to the announcer stand, where you can see George Klein, who you just saw, myself, Dave, and Rob in person during the show. That's gonna be one of the big awards for next year. Backstage look, if you will. Thank you, Mark, for having me, sir.
Oh, don't thank me. Thank Greg Gibson and all the folks at Sun and Fun. Greg, I think you're out there. Some final thoughts from you.
Well, I certainly echo and have great gratitude for all the kind words and comments from this fantastic team of professionals. I am humbled to be in your company, gentlemen. Stephanie, just outstanding work. This is as Mark, you said earlier, a labor of love. We've got quite a road ahead of us in order to get where we need to be in order to recover from the pandemic impact. It's going to take us about 2.5 years to get to recover from this, but we will recover. And folks like you, all of you who have donated, we certainly appreciate it. This has been a successful day. I do want to announce that we have a raffle coming up. And I mentioned earlier that there will be some fun prizes that can be part of that. So you'll be able to, if you're already signed up for the silent auction, which ended a little while ago, you can check on to see how your bids did. We're going to be using those registrations in order to hold a raffle. So, you don't have to, our sweepstakes for rides, by law, we have to make sure that you can enter for free. So you can enter by giving us your information through that same silent auction registration. We'll also very shortly be posting the opportunity for you to win a ride with the Airshow aerobatic team. You will also be able to win a ride with Gene McNeely in the Race 90 T6 Reno Racer. And we have several other things coming up that we'll be making part of that same package as well. So stay tuned on the Sun and Fun Home Edition. Like I said earlier in the broadcast, this is just the first part of what we're doing here. And you can see things coming from us all throughout the rest of the year leading up to Sun and Fun 2021 next April.
Greg, thanks so much for your hospitality. And everybody that's been involved in this production is passionate about paying it forward. The next generation of aviators need our support. And through the Aerospace Center for Excellence and your generosity today, some of those students will be able to get those scholarships they need to follow their passion. I want to thank some people behind the scenes that you don't see, but are instrumental to making this broadcast happen today. And that's Jeff and Brian Lee of Live Airshow TV. The pre-production and all the effort to provide the video for this is something that you have to see to believe. There's a tremendous amount of work that went into today's broadcast. And also producer-director Craig McCachran, who's been calling the shots. And A lot of things have changed today over the course of this because that's just the way live is, especially being able to go to the Kennedy Space Center for the SpaceX Falcon 9 launch, which was certainly one of the highlights for a great many people, in addition to seeing all those wonderful airshow acts that we've been able to show you that have been so much a part of Sun and Fun in these most recent years. So I'm Mark Allen. Thanks so much for your generosity. We will see you up the road, and we will leave you with one more look at that F-35 Lightning II demonstration flown by Beowulf. Blue skies, everybody.